council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and at the Belle Haven Community Campus. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. We also ask that if you are in person, please submit your speaker cards for all agenda items to the city clerk at this time. Tonight we will have in-person interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. Our interpreters this evening are Maya Fonseca, Lorna Silva, Christina Murphy, Angelica Villagran de Gonzalez. Thank you all for your time and services today.
Buenas noches. Esta noche contamos con servicios de interpretación en persona. Si usted requiere servicios de interpretación, por favor, visite la mesa en la parte de atrás de este recinto para recoger sus auriculares. Para aquellos que están asistiendo de manera virtual, favor de buscar el icono del globo terráqueo cerca de la mano en su pantalla de Zoom. Esta noche contamos con la presencia de los siguientes intérpretes: Angélica Villagrán, Cristina Murphy, Maya Fonseca y Lorna.
Roll call. I'd like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In the Belle Haven Community Campus are myself, Mayor Betsy Nash, Vice Mayor Jennifer Wise, and City Council members Drew Combs, Jeff Schmidt, and Cecilia Taylor. Staff present includes City Attorney Nira Doherty and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Manager Justin Murphy will join us in closed session. Next is closed session. City Clerk Herron, please call for public comment for closed session item C1.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item C1 related to anticipated litigation, if you are in person, you can return that speaker card. Calling in, press *9, or virtual, raise that hand feature. Final call for public comment on our closed session item C1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. The City Council will now adjourn to the closed session and intends to reconvene at approximately 6:15. Don't want to be. Hello. I am Mayor Betsy Nash, and we are reconvening the special March 24th City Council meeting. Tonight we have in-person interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. And again, echoing a welcome to our March 24th City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, we ask that you return a speaker card to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're virtual, you'll engage that hand feature after the mayor calls for comment on the item that you wish to speak, and you'll press *9 at that time if you are calling in. I would also like to send a friendly reminder that we are recruiting for our commissions through Friday, April 3rd. For more information, you can visit menlopark.gov/commissions or visit the city clerk's office at City Hall. That concludes my instructions and introductions. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. So we now have a report from closed session. I would like to introduce City Attorney Doherty for a report out from the closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. There is no reportable action.
Agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda. Staff will provide an update to item I3. To ensure staff is available and prepared, will the City Council have any questions or comments on consent calendar or informational items? Does the City Council desire to modify the order of any agenda item? Thank you. City Clerk Herron, how many speaker cards have you received for the regular and study session items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, we have 3 current speakers for regular business and looks like 3 speakers in queue, and this is in person only for the first study session, K1.
Thank you. Public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited if there are more than 10 speakers. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore, the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Herron, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on an item not on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, now's the time to return that speaker card. If you're virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, it looks like we are currently at 6 speakers, so this will be the final call for public comment for item not on tonight's agenda. Okay, give me one moment to bring up our timer. Perfect, and so our first speaker will be Scott Hersher, followed by Teresa Fernandez. And just as a reminder for our in-person speakers, do get a little close to the mic so everyone on Zoom and within BHCC are able to hear. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Scott Hersher, and I'm a San Mateo County rapid responder, an organizer with a local activist group called the Wolves, and a Menlo Park resident. I'd like to call attention to an issue that I hope can be agendized at an upcoming City Council meeting. Our city has a contract with Flock Safety that provides automated license plate readers and AI recognition software for use by our police department. The idea, of course, is that these surveillance cameras are a tool that can help the police solve crimes that they otherwise might not be able to. While several studies have called into question the actual efficacy of this type of surveillance tech and even our own reason for installing them in the first place, the robberies in Sharon Heights have not seen a successful resolution, I don't stand here seriously suggesting that surveillance tech flat out doesn't work at any level. No. The issue instead is, given the type and volume of data Flock collects, is it worth sacrificing our privacy for, particularly given Flock's known collaborations with DHS and ICE? It is that very question that prompted over 30 US cities, including Santa Cruz, to turn off Flock's cameras and sever their contracts. In response, Flock CEO Garrett Langley sent an email to customers saying Flock is currently under attack from activist groups like mine that want to, quote, normalize lawlessness, end quote. Normalize lawlessness. Consider that. The irony would be comical if it weren't quite so despicable and Orwellian. And this is the vendor our city is writing checks to. At the very same time, we call ourselves a sanctuary city. A cynic might conclude that is nothing more than self-congratulatory, performative political theater sounding wonderful and meaning less than nothing. Happily, I'm not that cynical. Instead, I urge our city to put sanctuary over surveillance. Like other cities have done, turn off the cameras, cancel the contract. In this way, our city will be demonstrating solidarity with those in the community whose need for systemic support has never been more urgent, at least in my lifetime. And as you can see, I'm no spring chicken. Our city is a sanctuary in word, yes. And now we all have an opportunity to prove it in deed. Let's do that. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Teresa Fernandez, followed by Patty Barrera.
Good evening, everyone. I want to share my thoughts about Belle Haven. My name is Teresa Fernandez, and I am an East Palo Alto resident. I attend classes and activities and lunch every day at Belle Haven, community campus services for seniors. I was away for 3 months and truly appreciated all the updates made during that time, including the automatic doors in the building, the connectors in the dining room, and the availability of wheelchairs by the elevator for the emergencies. The classes and activities are most of the time well attended. The instructors and teachers are well prepared and always happy to see us. They have also done a great job accommodating demand by holding some classes in the dining room and the gymnasium. Breakfast and lunch are excellent. Tony and his team continually surprise us in many ways, and on special occasions, they beautifully decorate the dining room. We truly enjoy it. During special lunch events, the staff also serve us, and this interaction makes me feel special. Thank you. The Belle Haven staff are always involved with the seniors and are very attentive whenever we bring forward our concerns or requests for special accommodations. I greatly appreciate that they post senior guidelines for us to follow, provide information about class registrations, promote respect, and share announcements every Wednesday to keep us informed. They are bilingual. The office staff also deserve recognition. I also appreciate that cultural events are celebrated throughout the year, during lunch times as well as in the evenings or in the weekends. These events are well attended and enjoyed by many. I especially like that children are included in some events. During the spring break, children were here every day, and the staff planned activities that brought children and seniors together. At lunch, the children even served us. It was a very successful and joyful event, and we would love to see it happen again this year. Thank you again to all the staff for their dedication and care. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Patty Barrera, followed by Brittany B. Goodwin.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Quiero tomar un momento para expresar mi agradecimiento y compartir la importante que es para mí nuestro Sino Center. He sido parte de este centro por más de 10 años. Empecé como voluntaria y ahora tengo el honor de ser maestra de ejercicio dando 3 clases a la semana. Me encanta trabajar con nuestros adultos mayores y realmente disfruto mucho de mi trabajo. Gracias al apoyo del personal, mis clases son excelentes y siempre me siento muy a gusto aquí. Yo vengo de East Palo Alto, pero desde el primer día me he sentido muy bienvenida y eso significa mucho para mí. También quiero agradecer a la ciudad por todas las mejoras que se han hecho. Las puertas automáticas de los baños, las sillas cómodas, el arreglo de los pisos de la cafetería y anuncios en inglés y español. Los miércoles tenemos anuncios en vivo en ambos idiomas, lo cual ayuda mucho a toda la comunidad. Me encanta que celebren diferentes eventos culturales como Navidad, el Día de San Valentín, el Año Nuevo Chino, Black History Month, etc. Aunque sean celebraciones pequeñas, son muy bonitas para todos nosotros. Actualmente no tenemos manager, pero quiero decir que como el equipo que tenemos, todo está funcionando de maravilla. El ambiente es tranquilo y nos sentimos muy cómodos en este centro. Además, contamos con desayunos y almuerzos diarios que son deliciosos y saludables. Y hoy muchas clases donde seguimos aprendiendo y creciendo. Quiero reconocer que todo el personal es muy amable y está formado por personas realmente lindas. Muchas gracias por su apoyo en nuestro Sino Center.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to take a moment to express my gratitude and share how important our senior center is to me. I've been part of this center for the last 10 years. I started as a volunteer and now I'm honored to be an exercise instructor. I teach 3 times a week. I love to work with our seniors and I truly enjoy my job. Thanks to the support from the staff, my classes are excellent and I always feel good being here. I come from East Palo Alto, but I have felt welcome here from day one, and that means a lot to me. I also want to thank the city for the automatic doors in the bathrooms, the comfortable chairs, for fixing the cafeteria floors, and for all the signage in English and Spanish. On Wednesdays, there are live announcements in both languages, which is very helpful to the entire community. I love that many cultural events are celebrated, such as Christmas, Valentine's, Lunar New Year, Black History Month, etc. Even if some celebrations are small, we truly enjoy them. We currently don't have a manager. However, given that we have such a good team, everything is working wonderfully. The environment is nice and we feel very comfortable in this center. To make things better, we have daily breakfast and lunches which are delicious and healthy. There are many classes that continue to help us learn and grow. I want to recognize the entire staff, which is comprised of really wonderful people. Thank you so much to our senior center.
All right, and our next speaker is Brittany B. Goodwin, followed by Pam D. Jones.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Brittany B. Goodwin. I'm here today to advocate for the immediate implementation of Food Systems Subcommittee's 10 recommendations. With food prices continuing to escalate, our vulnerable residents need more than just a plan. They need a farmer's market, community gardens, and fresh food vouchers. These are practical, immediate ways to provide relief and health equity to Menlo Park. I ask that the Council invest the necessary resources to turn these recommendations into reality this year. Thank you for your time, effort, and support in keeping our community healthy.
Next speaker is Pam D. Jones, followed by Glafira Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Pam D. Jones. I'm a resident of Menlo Park in the Belle Haven neighborhood, and welcome to my home. I'd like to thank you for the installation of the covers. I don't know what those are called. It's really nice knowing I can come in here and I'm not going to trip, which I kind of just always walked on the outside. I also want to acknowledge that that staff solved a really big problem, which was the overflow class on line dance, which is on Thursdays. There was always more students that were on the list, and they had difficulty signing up, than the room would hold. And sometimes there were more of us in that room because we were just going to have line dance, period. And after the instructor talking with the staff, they came up with a solution. So the Thursday class is now in the gymnasium, and we can spread out, and it's always full, and it's always a lot of fun. And for the registration, it's open registration, or I'm not sure what they call it. And so that we don't have the issue of being on a list, not being able to be in the class, missing 2 or 3 times, and then we're getting bumped, and those sort of things. It's always full. You should come and see the class. In fact, you should come and join the class. Thursday mornings at 9:30 on the first and the third Thursdays, I believe. There's also a Saturday class too. Because of these 2 things, for the first time in a number of years, the line dancers were able to perform on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And it was very exciting having this opportunity to be in this wonderful room with all of this light and not have to worry about the floors. So again, I want to thank the staff for solving a problem and knowing there's many others that they will get to those too. So thank you.
Next speaker will be Glafira Garcia.
Buenas tardes. Soy residente de Menlo Park. Por favor, les pido que le den entrenamiento al personal de este edificio porque no están capacitados para tratar con personas mayores. Por ejemplo, las reglas que pusieron para las clases no nos avisaron y nos trataban como si fuéramos animales. Nos contaban, nos sacaban, iban como 4 veces a la clase a contarnos, a sacarnos, no nos daban, no estábamos contentos. Por ejemplo, este lugar no hay respeto, ¿ok? Les recuerdo que la petición que estamos esperando, nuestros espacios del Senior Center. Las personas que acaban de hablar antes que este lugar es muy, muy bueno, no es verdad, porque todo estamos mal, hay bullying, hay de todo, y esas personas que hablaron muy bien son las que hacen siempre el bullying a todos. Les quitaban hasta los zapatos en las clases quitaban los zapatos y los manejadores de aquí permiten que hagan eso. Entonces eso es lo que no estamos de acuerdo en eso. Yo, por ejemplo, ya no vengo por eso porque hay mucha discriminación y hay de todo aquí, ¿ok? Muchas gracias.
Hello, I'm here from Menlo Park, and I wanted to let you know that the staff in this building really needs training. They are not able to deal with senior citizens. They don't have the training to do that. They don't tell us, for example, the rules of the classes. They didn't let us know that there were rules. They treated us like animals. They kept coming in, counting us, and then making us leave. We were very unhappy. They were very disrespectful to us. I want to make sure that you remember that we have that petition that we're waiting for our space for senior citizens. I know that prior speakers said that this is a good place, but that's not true. There's a lot of bullying going on. There's a lot of discrimination going on. These people that came and spoke are bullies. They came in, they would take our shoes from us, and the managers would allow that, and that's very discriminatory. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more cards or hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you, and thank you to all the speakers. Presentations and proclamations. We have 3 proclamations this evening. The first is H1 Autism Acceptance Month. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on item H1.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item H1, our proclamation for Autism Acceptance Month, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Calling in, press star 9. If virtual, engage that hand feature now. Okay, it does look like we have 1 virtual hand. So this will be the final call for public comment on our first proclamation, item H1. All right, would like to invite Jane Perry. Should be able to unmute your end at this time.
Yeah, I want to stay comment. I pushed the button, but for hand raising, but it went to, you said star 9, and I wasn't familiar with that feature. But for the woman who just spoke and said there's prejudiceness within the Belle Haven Center, I think that is so untrue. I've been in this community for 70 years, and as a whole, we all treat one another like with respect. I don't know where she's getting that from, but that is so untrue. And I just want to address that. Thanks.
Okay, so we will include that with our general public comment and return to our first proclamation, which is H1. So if anyone would like to speak on H1, engage that hand feature, or if you're dialing in, press star 9. All right, seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Autism Acceptance Month, observed every April, celebrates and honors the experiences and identities of autistic individuals, emphasizing understanding, inclusion, and support that moves beyond awareness and towards meaningful acceptance. We would like to introduce Ravenswood City School District Executive Director of Education Services, Claire Chandler, to accept the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and community members. On behalf of Ravenswood City School District, our students, families, and dedicated staff, I want to extend my sincere gratitude for this proclamation recognizing April as Autism Acceptance Month. It's truly an honor to stand before you today. Autism Acceptance Month is not only a time of awareness, it's a call to action. It reminds us to move beyond simply recognizing differences and towards building communities where individuals with autism are fully included, valued, and supported to thrive. Every day in our schools, We see brilliance, creativity, and unique perspectives of our students with autism. We also see the importance of creating environments that honor who they are through inclusive classrooms, individualized supports, and a commitment to understanding each student's strengths and needs. Acceptance means more than access, it means belonging. It means ensuring that every person with autism feels seen, heard, and respected, not just for what they need, but for who they are. This work does not happen in isolation. It takes partnership between schools, families, community organizations, and city leadership. Your proclamation sends a powerful message to our families that this community stands with them, values their children, and is committed to inclusion. It also challenges all of us to continue learning, to listen to autistic voices, and to remove barriers, whether they're in our schools, our workplaces, or our public spaces. As we move forward, let us remember that acceptance is not a destination, but an ongoing commitment. A commitment to equity, a commitment to dignity, and a commitment to creating a community where everyone belongs. Thank you again for the proclamation and your continued support of all of our students and families in our community.
Our second proclamation tonight is H2, National Poetry Month. City Clerk Herron, please call for public comment on item H2.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So for any member of the public who would like to provide comment on H2, our proclamation recognizing National Poetry Month, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. Final call for public comment on proclamation number H2. No hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Launched by the Academy of American Poets in April 1996, National Poetry Month celebrates poets' integral role in our culture and that poetry matters. Over the years, it has become the largest literary celebration in the world, with tens of millions of readers, students, teachers, librarians, booksellers, literary events, curators, publishers, families, and poets marking poetry's important place in our lives. We would like to invite Library Foundation Representative Monica Corman to accept the proclamation.
I want to thank all of you for giving us this proclamation. I've been on the foundation board for a long time, and you know, the library to me and to all of us is just one of the key parts of our community. It's free to everybody who walks in the door, and we support certain projects. One of them is the Youth Poetry Contest. And it's amazing how many children participate, and they all write things, and then we have judges, and it's just wonderful. So April is our month when they're going to be writing again, and then in May we will be back to the City Council to congratulate the winners. So thank you very much.
Our final proclamation this evening is H3, National Library Week. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on item H3.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on Proclamation H3, recognizing National Library Week, in person, return a speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our Proclamation H3, National Library Week. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
National Library Week is an annual celebration highlighting the valuable roles libraries and library professionals play in transforming lives and strengthening our communities. The 2026 theme, Find Your Joy, is an invitation for people of all backgrounds to explore and discover what sparks joy in them at the library. We would like to invite Friends of the Library Representative Carrie Bildstein to accept the proclamation.
Have a moment. I just wanted to say that I've been a member of the Moles, the Friends of the Library that work down in the basement for 3 years, and we all work so hard to provide funds for the library to use for all their amazing programs. But what we really need to thank is our community, because we could not do what we do if people didn't donate books. So I am so thankful that we live in a community where people are so willing to share their love of reading and the entertainment and education that it provides to allow us to provide funds for the library to do all their programs. Okay, thank you.
All right, moving on to consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, City staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, please provide the update to item I3.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So for item I3, which is receive and file City Council and Advisory Body Annual Attendance Report, there was a miscalculation error on the City Council attendance attachment, which has been updated and displayed here. That is the only update I have for that item. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, any member of the public wishing to provide comment on any of our consent calendar items, which include I1, meeting minutes, I2, a construction contract award for the Slurry project, I3, the annual attendance report, I4, the Zero Trust Network Access Equipment Agreement, I5, the phone service agreement, and I6 related to the purchase agreement of 975 Florence Lane, Unit 8. If you are in person, return that speaker card. If you're virtual, engage a hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. I currently have one speaker, and this will be on item I-4. I'd like to invite Migo Harris Parker.
Hello, I just want to say fully support all upgrades to IT. Coming from a position of being in a small organization who struggled with IT services for a number of years, I fully support. But I also would like to request that City Council and staff consider upgrades to the website to allow automatic translation of all documents. Thank you.
Okay, and again, seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Is there a motion and a second on the table to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
You?
Second.
City Clerk Karen, please state the motion and call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I did want to turn to our city attorney in regards to item I-6, if there was a need to amend the motion for that.
No, that's okay. City Clerk Karen, thank you.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Taylor and a second by Vice Mayor Wise to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
City Councilmember Combs?
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise?
Yes.
Mayor Nash?
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is J1, consider and adopt a resolution accepting the 2025 General Plan Annual Progress Report, including the housing element, an environmental justice element, an annual housing successor report. Here to introduce the item is Principal Planner Tom Smith.
Good evening, Mayor Nash and members of the City Council. The city has a general plan that serves as the blueprint for meeting the community's long-term vision for the future. And each year, the Annual Progress Report, or APR for short, provides decision makers and the public with information regarding implementation of the general plan and progress in meeting the community's goals. The APR describes activities from the previous calendar year, in this case 2025, and covers all 8 required elements of the city's general plan. And you can see those in the graphic that's on the right side of that slide. The APR reflects the past year's efforts, as I said, and it's not intended to establish current or future work priorities. We're also required to submit the APR to the state by April 1st each year. While most general plan element reporting for 2025 is described in the body of the APR, there are a couple of elements that have unique APR reporting mechanisms, and they are included as appendices to the general plan APR. The first is Appendix A, which is the housing element APR, and that has specific statutory reporting requirements from the state, and it follows a very particular format and methodology. Appendix B is the Environmental Justice Element APR, or EJ for short, and that is an update of the EJ Element Action Guide and used to manage and coordinate city efforts to accomplish the goals, policies, and programs that are outlined in the EJ Element. First, I'll talk a little bit about the housing element implementation last year. 2025 was the 3rd year of the housing element, which covers an 8-year period through 2031. And Table D of the housing element APR reports on implementation of housing element programs. So just to give you a few highlights from last year, in 2025, the city provided Habitat for Humanity of Greater San Francisco a $3.6 million loan to purchase the site at 335 Pierce Road for the development of an 8-unit low-income ownership project. And that project is currently under review for entitlements. You can see that in the rendering on the right side of the slide. City also continued development of an anti-displacement strategy in 2025 with a bilingual community survey, bilingual postcards, and attendance at local events in the area. Study sessions were held with the Housing Commission and the City Council to receive further guidance towards finalizing the anti-displacement plan, and final adoption is anticipated this year. In October 2025, the Housing Commission reviewed and the City Council adopted amendments to the BMR housing guidelines to create a smoother project review process and to help ensure equity for BMR residents. Also during 2025, the City Council authorized release of an RFQ for housing development on 3 parking lots in downtown Menlo Park, and that was followed by an RFP. And 3 development teams responded to the RFP in December of last year. The selection process is anticipated to continue in 2026 with a community open house this spring. I would also note a few significant milestones completed on federal and school district-owned sites in 2025. That includes the United States Geological Service site at 345 Middlefield Road. That was awarded to Presidio Bay Ventures in the early part of this year. Presidio Bay applied to redevelop the site with a variety of uses that includes 670 housing units, and of those 101 units would be affordable, and a child care center among other uses. In 2025, MidPenn also continued construction of the Oak Gardens project on the Veterans Affairs campus, and the City Council previously committed $2 million in BMR NOFA funds to that project in 2024, and that development is anticipated to open this spring. The Ravenswood City School District proposal for 88 units of affordable housing at 320 Sheridan Drive was approved in March 2025, and the City Council previously approved a $1 million commitment for the affordable housing project in November of 2024. And building permits for that development are currently under review, and there's a rendering of that on the right side of that slide. The other component of housing element implementation is housing production to meet the city's regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA for short. This table shows the units that are needed at each income level to make up the nearly 3,000 total units that are in the city's RHNA through 2031. So that's the top row of numbers that you see, beginning with 740 very low income units and so on to the total of 2,946. In the APR, the state requires cities to track housing developments across 3 phases. The first phase is the entitlements process, so any planning commission or city council approvals that are necessary, followed by issuance of the building permits for the project, and then the building permit final when the units are granted occupancy. In terms of meeting the city's RHNA, the state considers the issuance of building permits to be the point where those units are counted, and so that's the metric that's being tracked here. In 2025, 102 new dwelling units were issued building permits. You can see that row outlined in blue in the middle of the table. And the rows below that show the total number of new units permitted since the start of the housing element cycle and the percentage complete towards meeting the city's RHNA at each income level. So you can see generally, depending on the income level, varying from 18.5% complete for very low income up to 59.4% for the above moderate income units. In the final row is the remaining units that need to be permitted in each income category through 2031 to meet our RHNA. I would note that there is quite a bit of potential future housing production in the pipeline. Over 2,100 units were approved in previous years. In 2025 alone, over 1,000 units were approved, and we have over 1,500 units currently under review. Of all of these units, approximately 22% would be affordable units based on the way that they've been submitted at this point. And those units could count towards future APRs as building permits are issued for them in future years. Next, I'll provide a little bit of background on the environmental justice element and the community identified priorities related to EJ, and then just focus on some highlights from the first year of implementation. One of the community identified EJ programs is to have the City Council consider EJ priorities each year at the annual City Council Priority Setting Workshop, which occurred last week. So those who participated in that workshop will already be familiar with some of this material. Just briefly, I would like to note a little bit of background. So the EJ element was first adopted in September of 2024, and the development and now implementation of EJ focused on empowering voices in our underserved Belle Haven and Bayfront communities, which is generally the portion of Menlo Park north of the 101 highway where we are located this evening. And Menlo Park's EJ element is a plan that seeks to reduce or remove local disparities and inequities and support good health. EJ element includes 7 goals, but over the 3 years of EJ element development, city staff supported the community in refining the language of the goals, and 3 top priorities were identified for advancing environmental justice in the city. And those are on this slide: to provide safe, sanitary, and stable homes, to promote access to high quality and affordable food, and to reduce pollution exposure and improve air quality. In implementing the EJ element, the city is working across departments and with community-based organizations and community members to bring to life the goals, policies, and programs in the EJ element. And staff through the interdepartmental EJ team is currently evaluating different funding sources, including the EJ element implementation fund, which is a $1 million transfer from the Bayfront Mitigation Fund, and staff capacity to advance the priorities that are identified. But just quickly note that we also have a web page for the EJ element that was launched in 2025, and that is menlopark.gov/EJ element. It has all of the things that are being discussed this evening and many more things for community members that would be interested in learning more. And just to cover a few of the implementation highlights from 2025, the city pursued development of the anti-displacement strategy that I mentioned a little bit ago as part of housing element implementation as well. The city also conducted a variety of outreach to share housing resources and supported other projects such as the new Oak Gardens housing community for veterans and families. Additionally, 2 homes initiated and completed projects as part of the home preservation program in partnership with Habitat for Humanity. And the city planted 11 trees in Belle Haven and selected a nonprofit tree planting partner, Canopy, for future efforts. City's climate action plan implementation focused on community priorities related to air quality, education, and outreach. The city partnered with the Belle Haven Community Development Fund to distribute electrification bundles for renters to improve indoor air quality, and ramped up outreach for home upgrade services, resulting in electrification projects for 27 homes. The Library and Community Services Department continued providing equitable access to BHCC programs, and as of last month, there were approximately 2,073 local residents registered with the city for eligibility to receive lower cost fees, which is approximately a 50% increase from the previous year, 2024. City Council also adopted a policy for public meeting accessibility and offered interpretation using the Spanish interpretation request form. 9 city council meetings had Spanish interpretation, and 2 city council meetings were hosted here at the Belle Haven Community Campus in 2025. The city also continued partnering with Second Harvest of Silicon Valley for grocery distribution at BHCC twice a month. And the Library and Community Services provides a community resource guide, including information on housing, medical, and food support programs to families. Staff are also evaluating the feasibility of additional food programming options recommended by the Environmental Quality Commission for City Council consideration at a future date. And there's so much information, so many things that occurred in 2025, but I'll quickly just move through some of these to note that other elements, including the safety element, there were implementation efforts around emergency and disaster preparedness events and training in English and Spanish. The city also provided heat relief through 3 cooling centers. With regard to the circulation element, the Vision Zero action plan to eliminate traffic fatalities continued to be implemented, as well as the Safe Routes to School program and some traffic calming projects in the city. For the noise element, there were some tree plantings for sound buffers. The city continues to include an option for rubberized asphalt concrete to reduce noise along local streets when bidding projects. And for the open space and conservation element, climate action plan implementation to achieve carbon neutrality through 2030 continued, as well as programming for the Flyway Trail that opened in the previous year. As I mentioned, state law requires the APR and the annual housing successor report to be provided to the state by April 1st of each year. And so staff is recommending this evening that the City Council adopt a resolution accepting those documents. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Does City Council have any clarifying questions at this time? Okay. I would like to make one response to the public commenter that was for the last item, and that is as part of the EJ element in the accessibility, the city website is translatable, and PDF accessibility and translation should be completed by the end of the fiscal year. So that will be happening, and I'm not sure if City Clerk Karen has anything to add on that.
No, you've covered it accurately, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our regular business item J1, which is accepting the 2025 General Plan Annual Progress Report, including housing element and environmental justice element. If you are in person, now is the time to return that speaker card. If you're virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, it looks like we are at 4 speakers. So this is the final call for public comment on regular business item J1 related to the General Plan Annual Progress Report. Right, so we are at a total of 5 speakers, with our first speaker being Cade Kennedy, followed by Brittany B. Goodwin.
Hello, City Council. My name is Cade Kennedy. I'm the Senior Director of Programs with Climate Resilient Communities. We're an environmental justice organization working here in Belle Haven, but also in East Palo Alto and North Fair Oaks. I wanted to say thank you to the city staff, as well as the City Council, for continuing to advance the city's work on environmental justice in the Belle Haven neighborhood. I think the translation and having meetings at BHCC are immediate metrics of success that we can always point back to the great work on the environmental justice element as pushing those forward. I do have a couple of comments on the report itself. First, I think it'd be helpful to include a description of funds that are available and the amount spent on environmental justice tasks. Back when the environmental justice element was adopted, City Council allocated $1 million to begin funding the work within it. And the annual report should include any new or identified funding opportunities and the progress and expenditures made addressing those programs. Second, it'd be great to see the queue of projects and programs and some clarity about how work plans are being structured as we move through the timeline. The environmental justice element has an action guide that identifies timelines, short, medium, and long. And as we work through them, I'd like a better understanding and some more transparency around what the process is for moving items up and down in the queue or progressing from short to medium to long. Finally, I think that the City Council and City staff should continue addressing the top priorities that were advanced in the environmental justice element, one being the anti-displacement strategy. That's a clear priority, that's pressing, and it's urgent. Second is food security. The EQC recently recommended 10 items that would help advance environmental justice and food security in the Belle Haven neighborhood that are very immediate, very tangible opportunities to continue closing those gaps and making sure that the community here in Belle Haven is healthy, cared for, and that all of Menlo Park is healthy and cared for. I think that there's also a key component around structuring, and the environmental justice element lays out a path for both quick wins and strategic priorities, right? It's important for the engagement of the community and for them to see the results of their participation in their real lives. And so the great quick wins have been awesome to see and have continued to show folks that their participation in that process made a difference. Having city council meetings here at BHCC, I think, is an excellent example of that. And lastly, I think a key part of the environmental justice element, which the California Attorney General is key on seeing cities implement, is promoting equitable access to community amenities. And we have a beautiful space here at Belle Haven Community Center, or at Belle Haven Community Campus, and we should continue to make sure that it's accessible and available for all of Menlo Park residents.
Next speaker will be Brittany B. Goodwin, followed by Pam D. Jones.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Brittany B. Goode, and I'm a resident of Belle Haven. Please prioritize the implementation of the anti-displacement strategy identified as a top concern through our environmental justice and housing element plans. As Belle Haven continues to face significant real estate speculation, we must move beyond study and into action. I urge the Council to fast-track tangible renter protections and preserve tools that ensure our most vulnerable neighbors, especially low-income residents and seniors, can remain in the community they helped build. Thank you all for your time, effort, and support in protecting our residents.
Next speaker is Pam D. Jones, followed by Adina Levin.
Good evening again, council and staff. And I want to thank the two previous speakers, because I really don't need to say anything, because they did say the things that I was that are on my mind, and I concur with those comments. I would like to add, in regards to the anti-displacement policy, it should have been instituted some years ago, but at least we're getting to this point. The concern I have is there's been no real research, and I don't think we've identified what the cause of the displacement is. And without knowing what the cause is, it's going to be difficult to implement any plan that's going to actually have solutions. We have lost a substantial number of longtime residents due to the lack of having any protection. And we know that because of development that's occurred, that a lot of times that what it did is even forced more of us out, because we did not have access to the housing in the new projects. And we also know that corporations have their way in which making it difficult to live in the community. So I do encourage you that even though we have a plan, or we almost have a plan, that we really look at what is the cause of the displacement. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Adina Levin, followed by Jocelyn Anaya Galvin.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident, and wanted to speak to the things that are at the intersection of the housing element report and the environmental justice element, where with the environmental justice, tremendous amount of feedback in the Belle Haven neighborhood. Safe and stable homes came out as a top environmental justice priority, which really supported and bolstered the city's goals and policies in the housing element to provide homes for people of all income levels, and including deeply affordable homes, to affirmatively further fair housing with homes across the city, including in high resource areas, and anti-displacement measures. So I'm glad to see that the city is working on anti-displacement measures, and look forward to good policies being adopted. There was some regional discussion about displacement at the MTC level, where there was some questions raised about it. And I spoke there as someone who is extremely grateful that there was regional funding and some technical assistance available to a small city such as ours in being able to consider this really important issue for so many of our community members. With regard to affordable homes, I see that in terms of actual approvals, things are kind of inching forward, and it is so important for the city's plans for affordable homes downtown to keep moving forward, since that is one of the essential elements in order for us to be able to provide affordable and welcoming homes for people in our community, people who work here, people that we really want to be welcome parts of our community. And so thank you very much to the City Council for leadership overall in continuing to prioritize housing and affordable homes in moving forward the city's housing goals and the environmental justice goals that are intersect with that. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Jocelyn Anaya Galvin.
Good evening. My name is Jocelyn Anaya Galvan, and I'm here representing Menlo Spark, local environmental nonprofit. Apologies that I could not be there in person today. My comments relate to the EJ element and the housing element here. And my recommendations align with the EJ's top priority of ensuring safe, sanitary, and stable housing. The first is we really urge the city to adopt renter protections in the upcoming anti-displacement strategy that prevent displacement and cost pass-throughs that are associated with these upcoming local, regional, and state electrification goals. These upcoming clean air regulations that accelerate the adoption of clean energy appliances inside homes that replace gas appliances are designed to cut dangerous smog pollution. This pollution that disproportionately harms low-income communities by causing asthma, cardiac disease, respiratory diseases. And we really have to ensure that renters in these communities are able to benefit from cleaner air and safer homes, but still be able to live in affordable housing and be protected from any potential unlawful cost pass-throughs by landlords. We also want to continue prioritizing and making progress with the climate action plan. It's clear that we have a ways to go to meet our goals. And some recommendations that we have mentioned before and want to get on the record tonight is looking at adopting a building code for AC to heat pump in non-residential buildings, and also considering mid-cycle building code revisions. That is it for my comments tonight, but I really want to thank City Council for their leadership and continuing to prioritize the EJ element, the housing element. We also want to uplift the comments before us and want to ensure that we express that we concur with those comments. So thank you.
Okay, seeing no further hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I would now like to open for City Council questions and discussion. I guess also if staff wants to respond to any of the comments that were made.
I think we can address through discussion as you would like.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And I would like to start with some of the public comment that was made regarding the metrics for the environmental justice funding, but also the suggestions around, I'm already looking at the pool. I believe that the comments were to see the each task and progress that they've made around expenditures, but also clarifying each program that is being worked on. And the other is just thinking about the anti-displacement policy. I know that the city is working with the county as far as the Nexus study. I'm not sure if this is an existing gap in that study. I know it is definitely a gap, which is where we see the displacement in this community. I believe the highest population being displaced is our Black community. So if we can specifically call that out, and then go into one of the questions, what is the cause of the displacement? That way our policies actually address the issue in the moment. My other comment is about, we have an existing apartment building where the owners of that were actually sued for discriminatory practices. And how do we address challenges like that? I believe that is also tied to the anti-displacement. If we have developers that are discriminating against renters. And let's see. Those are my initial comments around the displacement. Mayor Nash, I didn't know if you wanted to go topic by topic as far as the priorities for the community, or what were you looking for?
I am willing to take your lead.
Okay, thank you. My other comments are about the food access, the other priority for the community in the EJ element. And that is looking at, one is what is happening now, because I believe that that is not in the staff report, nor is it a part of the EQC's recommendations, because there is an existing farmers market that is designed by the neighborhood. That's one piece. The other is there is a community garden that is underutilized that I believe it's ran by the Rotary, but somehow including that as far as access to community gardens. Everyone doesn't have space, but there is a place in the neighborhood that does and is being underutilized. The other is that there are churches in the community that are providing food that are not listed on here, and also loaves and fishes. I believe that it would be helpful if there was a community resource guide that focused on food access and not everything. If it was specifically food, I think it would be a lot more helpful. And then also to find out what else exists in the community. And I believe that, and I'm not sure if it's the CCC team that would have that information or if you would go directly to the churches, but I could help you get that information offline. And I believe those are my initial comments, Mayor Nash. I may have a few more a little later. Thank you.
Thank you. Smith.
Sure. If you'd like staff to address some of those comments and questions in terms of the EJ element, our interdepartmental team is led by Rachel Launder, who's participating remotely this evening. So Rachel may want to respond to some of those comments and questions that came up around EJ. And then maybe we can follow up separately on anti-displacement, where it falls outside of some of that discussion.
Good evening. Yes, I can respond if that's appropriate to do so now. Councilmember Taylor, I heard a couple of things that I can address this evening. The first was around budget, and I think that's an excellent recommendation to provide that in our progress report. So far, we've allocated $250,000 to tree planting in Belle Haven, and we are hoping to get direction at a future date from City Council on allocating additional funds from our EJ Implementation Fund for the food access programs. And I can appreciate what you shared around cataloging what is already happening in the community. Our EJ progress report really focused kind of internally on what the city was doing. But I see an opportunity to look towards the Rotary Club and the Belle Haven Collective, as well as our churches, and definitely consider putting together a resource guide if the council would like us to spend time doing that, as well as putting together a staff recommendation based on the EQC's recommendation. Once we have a chance to socialize it with the Belle Haven Collective and community members, to put together a more fully baked proposal for costs and timing, and next steps around the 10 food access recommendations. And then the other items you discussed around the anti-displacement, I think would be best for maybe our community development director or our housing manager if he's in the room. But happy to pause too on the food if there was follow-up.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Launder. I'm Deanna Chow, the Community Development Director. And just to touch on a few of the topics that were raised around the housing, kind of the intersection between the housing element EJ and the anti-displacement plan and the nexus study that was mentioned by Councilmember Taylor. So we are working, our team is working hard on the anti-displacement plan. We went to the council last late fall with the idea of returning back, bringing it forward with the Housing Commission reviewing it, a presentation to the Planning Commission, and then the City Council this spring. And along with that, we recognize that implementation is also very important. So just a reminder that the city was successful in achieving a MTC transportation, a TOC grant, and so we are working on 2 of the implementation policies concurrently with the anti-displacement plan, and so that would be looking at a legal assistance and a rental assistance program. I'm hearing comments around renter protection, and that is certainly something that the anti-displacement plan will also be looking at and seeing where that can prioritize in the plan. And then the nexus study is a separate piece. It is also a housing element plan. It is separate from the nexus study, but also very important to our below market rate housing. So the nexus study is looking at inclusionary zone requirements. So that is, when a residential development is built, what portion of that would be required to be built as below market rate, or when a commercial development is built, what in lieu fee or linkage fee would be contributed as a result of that. I know there's been conversations also around what is the right rent rates, and that might also affect our ability to stay in a unit. And so our nexus study will be exploring what would be the appropriate rent rate. Currently, they are at the max, set at the maximum of the ranges of the different income categories. So those are some of the topics that are being explored as part of the nexus study. I'll also put in a plug. It was in the digest item. There is a kickoff meeting, if you will, for the community to learn more about the nexus study. We are participating along with, I believe, 9 other jurisdictions in San Mateo County. So we're calling it the Grand Nexus Study. And so the meeting will be held online, and it is on April 13th, 6 to 7. We can please see me if there's any additional information. It was in the digest, and we'll continue to post as the date gets near. So just wanted to put that out there if folks are interested in learning more about the Nexus study. But I think I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Could you give us some timeline for the Nexus study, just generally?
Sure. So I think we're going to have preliminary results by the end of the year. So it does take some time to put that analysis together. We did give initial information to the consultant, but I think the end of the year is targeting for kind of the preliminary, the targeted end result.
And will the anti-displacement policy be coming forward before then?
Yes, the targeted timeline for that is this spring. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, and thanks for putting this together. I think it's always helpful to see where we were and where we've come from. I have 3 fairly specific requests for the team to consider. First one is I was happy to see that there was a Spanish version of the staff report, for a good part of this, and I think that helps What I would hope we could potentially do for future reports is take a format, take a look at this and potentially package it so that there's a simpler format. I know this is a required format, but then as we communicate with residents, a simpler format, more accessible language, a little more visual, a lot shorter. So take this as a foundational document and really work to make sure that the follow-up communications with the community is much more accessible, and not just language accessible, but just the way the information is presented. And then also consider reaching out to the media so we have a stronger storyline. There's a lot of really positive stuff in here. It's, I think as council members, we sign up to read the dense packets and the tough to understand language sometimes, but I would say if we could consider that moving forward as one way we communicate out the good news and the story of progress. Second quick thing is I was looking at the RENA progress to date and the very low income numbers. Not an intention to get into what we're going to do about that, and that's a different discussion for a different day. But as I did the math, if we continue at a 20 unit per year progress, we'll be way behind. I think everybody knows we would need to have 5 times the amount per year to catch up on that number and hit the goal if I did the math right. So, and I'd really like to understand what that pipeline looks like, and are there substantial very low income and low income units in the pipeline? The reason I give it that preference is the second request is for affordable housing, particularly for VLI and low income. Given how critical this is going to be, I would love to see a more regular communication, even if it's similar to what Ms. Launder does with the electrification item L2 in the back. And so it would be a passive staff report that we could update progress on that on a much more frequent basis, just so it's top of mind for council. Because those numbers come in front of us, but probably not frequently enough to raise steady alarm bells if we need to. So that's one request, is just a more frequent cadence of communication around affordable housing, similar to what we do with the electrification grant. And then the third thing is I'd love to see the same thing for the environmental justice element. It's great that we get these big reports. It's great that we see an annual view, but I think Cade and Councilmember Taylor and other folks made some really good points about some detail that I would personally really like to see about on a much more frequent basis, even if it's once a month and it's in the the back end manager's report. I think that would be great. But I just would love to keep a stronger tab on implementation of the EJ. So much work went into that, and I don't want us to lose focus or risk losing focus with the new council. Don't want to see the budget go down or anything else. So I'd love to see more communication around both affordable housing and EJ. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. So I have one question following up on all of this, and that's, there's been discussion about an outreach coordinator person for D1, and what is the, I believe, paid for with EJ funds possibly, and I'm wondering what is the status of that? When would we be talking about? Is that part of the budget, or I think it falls into, I think I read it within the EJ, in EJ 7, under EJ .7.
Thanks, Mayor, for the question. The Neighborhood Services Manager is what we're calling it, and we're still finalizing the job description, and we would bring that forward as part of the budget development process. And it would be proposed to use a combination of special funds to actually fund the position.
So it is coming forward with the budget process?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. What feedback, I guess, are you looking, do you want responses to some of the other comments? Like, I would love to see more communication. It's always a balance between getting more communication and actually getting the work done itself. So what sort of responses would you like from council at this point? What would be helpful?
just in terms of communication, I think we could take a look at ideas of how we could report out more frequently and get back to you.
Thank you. And I think the other topics have been covered pretty well. Any more comments, or is there, would someone like to make a motion?
Happy to make a motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Schmidt and a second by City Councilmember Taylor to adopt a resolution accepting the 2025 General Plan APR, which includes the housing element and environmental justice element and the annual housing successor report. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Combs,
Yes.
City Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wise,
Yes.
Mayor Nash,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
And special thank you to staff for all the work to pull this together. It is a tremendous amount of data. Thank you. All right. The next item up is our study sessions. The first study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the City Council for action. Study session, first study session is K1, provide direction on conceptual possibilities for providing programming at the Belle Haven Pool. Here to introduce the item is Assistant Library and Communication Services Director Nick Setgut.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, members of the City Council, members of the Belle Haven community. My name is Nick Shegda. I'm the Assistant Library and Community Services Director. I'll just ask Judy to do the next slide. There we go. There's a picture of our beautiful Belle Haven performance pool. Let me give it another try. Working. So tonight's study session, staff is looking for recommendations on how we provide programming at the Belle Haven Pool. And as the mayor summarized, it is a study session, so we're looking for direction. And if we get direction where we need to come back to City Council for any authorization, we do that as part of the budget authorization process. So there's a lot of background to this discussion. We signed a 5-year agreement with our current operator in October of 2023. The operator brought some concerns forward in January of last year. Several City Council meetings, and then a cost-sharing model was approved in September of 2025. We also have recent results from the aquatics survey and an updated table of those maintenance days closed attached to the staff report. And I'll go a little bit into the community survey results and the aquatic working group notes. Those are all available on the aquatics webpage. So a little bit about the community aquatic survey that the city held, distinct from the survey that the operator holds every year. This was open from late October to late January. Pretty good response rate, 624 participants. Of those, 61 self-identified as Belle Haven residents. At the Belle Haven Pool, about the Belle Haven Pool, 11% of total respondents visited the pool 1 or more times a week. Many had never visited the Belle Haven Pool, 61%. 41% were satisfied or somewhat satisfied, and 51% had no opinion. From that, you can deduce that 9% were dissatisfied or somewhat dissatisfied. If we filtered that down for Belle Haven residents, we got an 88% satisfied rate or somewhat satisfied rate and a 12% dissatisfied rate. Table breaking down Belle Haven resident responses. Many of these responses track the desires that the respondents were expressing for pool services, tracked closely with the Burgess Pool respondents with some differences. Folks from the Belle Haven neighborhood did prioritize affordable rates over lap swimming. Lap swimming was more popular at Burgess with Burgess respondents. Youth swim lessons and sort of building that aquatics culture were very important for both communities. So we have some challenges and opportunities here ahead of us. We are working, the overall goal is to work with our operator to provide services at the Belle Haven Pool that meet community needs. We do have some work to do to increase effective communication and outreach, to build that aquatics community. Good news, there has been an increase in swim lessons and pool usage and scholarships offered at the Belle Haven Pool. If we compare pre-pandemic to this most recent complete year, the 2024 year was not a complete year. And the days closed for mechanical issues at both pools are a concern, and they're a special concern at the Belle Haven Pool, which is a newer facility. So that has got to be a focus to both decrease those number of closures and decrease the length of time for each one. And this is why we do what we do. It's our next generation of pool users and lifeguards and swimmers. So tonight we've brought before you 4 different programming possibilities, and this slide summarizes them and gives you sort of a little quick name for each. We have the cost share model, we have the hybrid model, we have staff run, and we have rebidding the contract. I'm going to go through each of these in a little more detail. So the cost share model is the current model. It's been in place since that contract amendment at the end of September of last year. The city is supporting 30 hours a week of service at the Belle Haven Pool, and the operator is supporting 33 hours a week of service. And there are the prices for the current contract year. The contract year begins on October 1st of each year, and then the cost escalation of 4% for the following 2 years. A note that the operator is providing and billing us for 4 staff for each open hour for those 30 hours. And they're submitting some detailed invoices. And the staff here at Belle Haven do head counts hourly of all of the areas in the building, including the pool deck. This is the hybrid model, which came out of those meetings. The idea came out of those meetings at the end of September. In this model, the operator would provide lifeguards, safety services, risk management, certified pool operator, so the sort of chemical management of the pool. The city would provide all of the programming and any program oversight. The cost estimates sort of get a little less sure the further out we get from what we are currently doing. These cost estimates include an assumption of 2 full-time staff and 10 hourly city staff, and those amounts for contract services and operator safety services. The contract services amount is pretty large, and that is because of staff's, we think it's going to be difficult to contract out the swim school portion of programming. So that starts with mom or dad and me, swim lessons, and progresses through swim school, progressively more advanced swim schools to the bridge program, and then to swim teams. Staff could run all of the Belle Haven Pool services. We would have to make a change to the current agreement. We would need to do a lot of work sort of on the back end to define those new staff positions and to recruit and train those staff. The city would take all of the risk management. That does also lock us into ongoing costs. And this option, we have a range from 965 to 1.44 million, based on the number of staff that it would take to do that. And staff are recommending a study be performed if that option is chosen. Could also just issue an RFP and rebid just for the Belle Haven Pool services. When the contract went out to bid in 2022 for both facilities, we received 3 qualified bids. This could be a net zero cost to the city if the operator were able to provide the services that the community needs without support from the city. But there is the possibility that a new operator could encounter the same sort of problems that the current operator is encountering with attendance not being able to make enough money and requiring city subsidies. So quick summary here, and I'll end on a chart that has those 4 options, and happy to take your questions and discuss after public comment, the 4 different models, and then staff looking for council's direction on which to pursue, and if we are going to pursue something that we need to bring up during the 26-27 budget process, we will do that at that time. This chart, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public would like to provide comment on study session item K1 related to programming at the Belle Haven Pool, if you are in person, return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, looks like we have 7 speakers. Moment to bring up our timer. Be inviting Meredith Rohr, followed by Brittany B. Goodwin.
PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, bringing that up now. Thank you.
Wait for the presentation to show up? Okay.
Give it 1 sec. Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, I only have a few minutes, so I'll keep it as brief as I can. My name is Meredith Rohr. I'm a Belle Haven resident. I am speaking for myself, and thank you to everyone for letting me speak, and including the staff for your efforts on trying to find a workable path forward for Belle Haven. I'd like to take note of the large attendance of Belle Haven residents tonight at this meeting. It goes to show that many of us are here or online tonight because we care about our community, including our pool. And we are paying attention and we are engaged. We want a pool with programs and hours that serve our community. I provided a hybrid task force report earlier today as a public comment that details the experience of the attendees of the task force meetings. More is described in my public comment posted today. But for tonight, I'm here to discuss the benchmark survey that details the operation, management, and community impact of public or privately operated pools that I provided to City by way of a public comment. I just want to highlight that the objective of this benchmark report is to gather data on how pools are managed, funded, and utilized so we can figure out our own vision of our pool. And also so that we can implement a vision that is in line with the environmental justice element that requires equal access to public facilities by ensuring that Belle Haven Pool is owned and operated using hours and programming that meets the needs of working people and seniors. I'm now sharing some of my program ideas in this PowerPoint that I think could be of interest to our community. We currently have a youth swim team, Race Swami, of which I am a coach. And we kind of have Aquafit at an hours that the residents are not wanting. They want it at 8 o'clock, they don't want it at 10. The message of the hybrid task force was clear. The operator gets to dictate how we use the pool and what programs and hours we can have. So for now, I'm focusing on one-time event ideas as a starting point see how it goes, experiences, providing experiences that open up opportunities to learn and enjoy the water. So on that note, can we go to the first slide, please? I'd like to talk about splash ball, water polo. There's also this option for basketball. Athletes can stand on the bottom of the pool and are not required to swim fluently. This is a great introduction to getting wet in the water and learning how the water works as a swimmer. Next slide, please. The other activity I'm highlighting is inner tube water polo. Players can float in inflatable inner tubes, which opens the sport to even the most casual of athletes. This also can be done for basketball as well, so inner tube basketball, which is the next slide. And then the last slide is about my favorite, the floating sound bath. And this is a meditation exercise. Oh, I'm out of time. Well, anyways, I hope that these programs help, and I will log off for tonight. Thank you so much.
Okay, our next speaker will be Brittany B. Goodwin, followed by Pam D. Jones.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Brittany. While the Belle Haven Pool is a vital asset, the current operating model is creating barriers for the very people it's meant to serve. I'm asking the city to transition to a publicly owned and operated model to ensure true equity. Specifically, we need, number one, expanded hours, schedules that actually work for families, and dedicated programs for seniors. Number two, transparency, moving program information from the private operator's site to the official city website so that seniors and residents can easily find what they need. Number three, affordability. Offer free or discounted rates at times that work for local residents would ensure that financial status doesn't limit anyone's ability to stay active and healthy. Members of the community would love to see the pool transformed from a private club to a community hub. Thank you all again for your time, effort, and support in making Menlo Park a great place for everyone.
Next speaker will be Pam D. Jones, followed by Miko Harris Parker.
Good evening again. I won't introduce myself. I have a question on one of the slides. I just noticed that on the survey, there were 624 participants and 61 self-identified as Belle Haven residents. So I was kind of interested as to where the other 573 residents live. But it kind of gives you an idea of who has the access to the pool. Now, on Saturday, there was a discussion about terminology and definition. And I think that also applies here, because considering the pool, we have to determine if it's a for-profit pool, in other words, a pool that's operated in such a way that it makes money for somebody, and it's at no cost to the city or minimal cost to the city, or is this a community pool? Because by definition, a community pool means that it would address the needs of the community first, and that whomever the operator is, that they would in fact work on that model. We don't have that. And I also, when I think about it, this is actually an EJ issue, because it is a quality of life issue. That although the quality of life issue was goal number EJ3, so it didn't make one of the top three, the reality is if you have a community that feels good, because they have opportunities to do the things that would allow them to have that freedom. And it was exciting seeing all of these water activities that didn't require you to know how to swim. Because for some adults, particularly when we didn't have the opportunity to learn how to swim because of the segregated pools during the, well, actually up until probably the 80s or 90s, that didn't have that opportunity, so we don't necessarily swim today. So it would address, that would be an issue that it would address. So I'd like for you to consider the model. If you're going to have a for-profit model, then just say that, and we do the best that we can. But if we're going to address the community needs, then we have to operate from that point. And as it was stated that more residents would use the pool if there were different hours, and I know that seniors would would use the pool if it was a time that was workable for them. And the sun is one thing to consider as to how warm it is over there. The last thing that I would like to see is an actual chart that has the downtime for the pools and the reason for the downtime. I think that that's going to be a more useful tool than to have the type that we see now. I really did appreciate the report, and I believe that we are trying to get to someplace different. And being here on this for this report in the community is a sign of that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Miko Harris-Parker, followed by Jane Perry.
Thank you, staff, for your report, and thank you to my fellow community members for speaking up on this important topic. Today, we heard from seniors speak in appreciation of the Senior Center. They highlighted resolution of several different things that had been ongoing for the seniors. There was much appreciation to the BHCC staff and city staff for addressing these concerns. We understand that not everyone is pleased, but the fact that there is progress and voices are being heard, action is happening. As we have heard from other speakers, we want the same progress for our pool services. Programming for our community, access times for our community, communication available and access for our community, for all communication. The fact that communication has to go through the pool operator's website and is not clearly on the city site is a problem. The hybrid task force provided sincere requests and feedback, sharing not only the wants but the needs of our community in regard to pool services. As BHCC staff is making headway with requests of seniors attending the Senior Center and participating in programs at the Senior Center, we ask the same of city staff and the pool operator for our pool services. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Jane Perry, followed by Nina Woke.
Hi, I just want to say that I don't know why we are, if it costs over $1 million to keep this pool running. Is this yearly or annually? That's a question for the staff. Hello?
Yes, Nina, we're unable to respond to public comment questions during public comment. So if you want to either ask all of your questions or provide your full comment, the city council can then direct staff to respond after the conclusion of the public comment period.
Okay. I swim in that pool and I love it. I mean, I love coming there. My granddaughter swims there. And like I said, I've been in this community for over 70 years. And it's always has been a community pool. And now you have all these programs from outsiders coming in. That's not fair to the community. And I just want you guys to consider that. Thank you, staff, for your information that you gave. And thanks, Pam, and the rest of the team that did the slides. It's just a shame that Belle Haven community has to suffer while Burgess goes on and never have a problem with their pool. It's like what's really happening. Thank you.
All right, and our next speaker will be Nina Woke.
Unmute. Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes, go right ahead, Nina.
Okay, well, I'm glad the city is considering running the pool directly. It looks like not only the least expensive option, but also the only one that makes sense philosophically. This is either a private business, in which case just sell it to Tim Sheeper and dig us a swimming hole, or it's a public good and the public needs to take responsibility of it for the benefit of the public. And I know I've been to Burgess, I've been to Belle Haven. They're both great pools in their way, but they are in different communities and they need to serve different communities. and a footnote on having information about pool programs accessible on the city website. Nobody's going to look under library for aquatics. It needs to be on the city website. It needs to be labeled city pools or city aquatics or something to do with things that you do in the water, not things that you do when you need to read a book, not things that you do when you're doing your homework. There needs to be a clear path to it, both physically and in terms of information, and it needs to be run by the public for the public. That's what I got to say.
Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. I would now like to open it up for City Council discussion and actually, but thank you so much to all the speakers and all the work you put in to prepare the slides, and thank you. City Council. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And my question is about the downtime for the pools. What hours are they not open?
Do you mean the hours where they're closed for maintenance or for
No.
problems?
The provider is saying that it's open 33 hours,
Oh,
according to this survey.
in the cost-sharing model at the Belle Haven Pool, by contract, we're providing 63 open hours per week. The provider is handling 33 of those hours, and the city is paying for the 30 additional hours to make it 63.
So then what are the pool hours, Monday through Friday from 8 to 12?
We've made some changes to the aquatics webpage, which now include the schedules for the pools at menlopark.gov/aquatics. Tricia Mullen is helpfully texting me the hours. Thank you, Tricia, the Library and Community Services Supervisor. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 9 to 7. Wednesday and Friday, 10 to 8. Saturday, 9 to 5. And Sunday, 11 to 4.
Thank you for the information. I just wanted to make a comment because the pool has been a challenge since I've been on council. From my research, it's been an issue in this community for over 2 decades. And so it is a topic that is very frustrating for me because I feel like I have not been able to do anything in my role on city council to make changes here, to make sure that the community has access to their own belongings. And so when I think about the environmental justice, which we just accepted the report, and the goal EJ3, equitably provide public facilities to individuals and communities. And then EJ6, which says encourage physical activity and active transportation. And so the pool is our activity. And I am trying to figure out, because I'm looking to my colleagues, because I'm one of the 2 that did not support this contract. I'm not interested in a hybrid model. I'm not interested in continuing the things the way that they are. So I'm hoping that during this study session that we can come to some formidable agreement that will benefit the community that keeps saying that this is not working for them. So I'm not sure what more I need to say because I really think this is on my colleagues that supported this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will, let me ask, thank you for your comments, and we will go back to those in a minute. One of the other questions about the closure is that the pool has been closed regularly for equipment issues. And I'm wondering, is there a plan as to how to long-term manage that? Because right now it seems like we're doing just Band-Aids. And I realize that there's been a lot of effort doing it, so thank you for that.
No, thank you for the acknowledgement. We're frustrated by any time that the pool is closed as well. At Belle Haven, it is a system issue, which really, that shouldn't be happening with a facility that is this new. So we're working with our public works partners to diagnose and pin down what the issue is. Until we get that and get that system issue fixed, we're going to keep addressing the sort of one-off issues as they come up. We have a pump that's out at the pool right now, and that pump is a pump that we had already replaced once. So we're having to replace it again, and it's because of more of a system issue, the pump at the instructional pool. So as you can see from that attachment G in the staff report, the chart of the closed hours is far more significant than we would like it to be, especially for the Belle Haven Pool, which really should not be offline this much. The Burgess Pool is an older facility, so we need to invest a little more in preventative maintenance there to try to keep that up and running. Yeah, we're frustrated. I think the operator's frustrated, and the community is certainly justifiably frustrated that the pool isn't open as much as it should be.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear that there is a search for the long-term systemic solution. Thank you. Councilmember Schmidt.
Thanks, Mayor Nash, and thanks to everyone for preparing this session. I had sort of three clusters of questions and comments, and a lot of them are based on comments that a lot of our speakers brought up. The first is really around communications. So I would actually, you'd made a comment about work to do to improve comms and community outreach, and I was hoping maybe you could just dive a little deeper into that, talk about the progress, challenges, and what's next. Just at a high level, I just want to dig a little deeper into that.
Sure, and I'm looking to my colleagues if I leave something out. There is written into the current agreement a working group for aquatics users, and we're holding meetings at Burgess Pool and at Belle Haven Pool. The hybrid group grew out of the working group meetings here at Belle Haven. As part of the effort of the working groups in the summer last year, we had neighborhood partners going out and meeting with people at child care facilities in the neighborhood, at the Boys and Girls Club, at the schools, at churches, trying to get them to take advantage of some free and low-cost learn to swim and some swim and workout combos. They were mildly successful, I would say. We didn't have great success at that. Menlo Swim and Sport is at our city events. They have a presence at any of the community events that we hold here in Belle Haven. We have the newsletter where we promote aquatic services alongside the other services for the department. That newsletter has 20,000 recipients weekly. We have the website. I didn't think that the hybrid working group meetings were very successful. I think the residents were really frustrated during those meetings. And I think we can do a better job maybe of having smaller group conversations, one-on-one conversations, pop-up meetings. We're brainstorming a lot of different ways to kind of get the word out and get the feedback in from the residents. Part of the frustration, I think, is some frustration that residents have with that private-public partnership. The city is not currently running the programming at the pools, so we rely on our private partner, our operator, to do that.
Thanks. That answered my second question, because I did want to dive into the hybrid task force and get your sense of how it was going, but I think I got that. I also wanted to reference Brittany's comment. If it's a fairly easy ask on the transparency side, I think Miko said the same thing about bringing some of the information from the operator's site to the city's site, if that would be something we could consider. Is there any restriction on that?
Don't think there's a restriction. Looking to my colleagues up here, I'd ask folks to take a look at the aquatics page. We have made some changes recently, including having the schedule for both pools on the city's website. So we're happy to take information from the community and try to work with them to make the city's website as easy to use and as accessible as possible.
Thank you. The second cluster of questions is around some of the public comments. I think Pam made a really great point around clarity of definition and around whether this is a for-profit pool or a community pool. The reason I think it's a very timely question as well is we're looking a little bit later about cost of service. And if you look, not to get too much into the weeds here, but if you look into how the library is described, you know, in contrast, services offered by the library are intended to provide broader community benefits, most programs falling within the low to medium cost recovery. So we're actually spending quite a bit to fund the library, and the gap there is quite large, which we'll talk about later. So in the context of defining this, is there a path to having a clear definition about whether this is a for-profit pool or a community pool? Because since I've been on council, that has felt like a very murky question. So is that something that's being discussed actively? Are we getting to a better definition or not?
I don't know if that particular question is something that we focus a lot on. My focus, and I think the team's focus, is on trying to get the programs to be as responsive to community needs as possible. It is to community members opaque sometimes to have a private company partnering with the city to run the aquatic services. I think when they see Menlo Swim and Sport staff, they think that they are city staff because they're running the city pool. So I can understand that sort of confusion maybe, but it is, I'm not sure if I can answer your question. If we're actually trying to define whether it is, it's a partnership, it's a public-private partnership. So that's how previous councils have decided to provide the aquatic services in the city. And so that's the model that we've got right now, is that public-private partnership.
I think it's an accurate description. Last comment, and to Councilmember Taylor's point, I think I'm coming to the point where I would be willing to consider relooking at that model and what that looks like, and beating our head against the wall for years and years and years isn't a great way to feel like we're being successful. The last point, though, I was initially supportive of exploring the hybrid model, and probably not the fully run model, but I mean, to get to the questions in front of the council in the study session, My biggest concern at this moment in time with those approaches is if you could talk about those two options in the context of the city's financial situation that we're projecting. And I know that that's a discussion we're going to have in a lot more detail, but I think we all know that the city's facing some financial challenges, but those are very expensive models. So could you give us just a little more detail on how those discussions are starting to shape up?
Sure, and thanks for the question. We haven't gone too far down the road. That's why we're here. We're asking for your direction before we dive too far down one path or another path. The hybrid model, because basically we're paying for three different components, safety and certified pool operator, but also city staff to run some programs but oversee the contract services, which are the third component, ends up being the most expensive projected one. And now we haven't done deep study on the pricing for these yet, but aquatics facilities are complicated and expensive to run and maintain, and the level of programming that we would like to give to our community members also takes a fair amount of work and staff. So it is an expensive proposition to operate and program aquatics facilities, and I think that probably factored into the decision years ago when the council decided to make that public-private partnership.
Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Thank you. So first, could we answer the public comment question about how much these figures cost annually? Is that correct? I can read them out. So the cost share option at a maximum of $224,000, I assume a year. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Hybrid model, 1.7 million a year. Staff run maximum of 1.4 a year. And then if we were to rebid, the cost would be unknown. So yes, I mean, I'm also, I think like many others, I'm also frustrated that we are, potentially continuing to fund a program that's fundamentally not working for the community, and we seem to be throwing more and more money at it because it's my understanding that these numbers are in addition to, I think it's about 1.3 that the city already puts in to the pool.
For both pools, that's correct.
For both pools, yes, thank you. But my concern also, so if we do move to something like a staff-run model, it is my understanding that would take, minimum a year to move to, and would the pool have to be closed during that time, or what would that even look like if we were to move to something like that?
Yeah, thank you. It would take a while for us to stand up the staff needed and to develop the programming needed. City staff have not run the pool since, the Belle Haven Pool since 2011, I believe. It's been a while since staff have run the pool, and Burgess Pool, it's been since 2006. So it's a lot of effort. It would be, I guess if you wanted to have sort of a metaphor for it, it would be like starting up an entire, like a gymnastics program. Same sort of thing, where you have these sort of levels of instruction, and then you move into sort of adult and performance levels. It would take a while. It took us a while to restart the gymnastics program after the closure for COVID. So it would take us a while to start up city-run aquatic services at Belle Haven. I don't know how long that would take, but I think something in the range of 6 months to a year is probably a good estimate. Just in hiring and training that number of staff, you're talking about anywhere between 50 and 80 staff members, including all of the hourly employees that you would need for lifeguards for the safety component.
Yes, and so during that 6 months to a year time, getting all of that up to speed, I assume, would the operator just be operating at the 33 hours a week if we're not going to also be doing the cost share option?
Right, so the current amended contract has the cost share option built into it through the end of the contract through 2028. So if the council directed staff to look into a staff-run model to develop it further, we could do that during the span of the current contract. So hopefully we could get that together in 2.5 years. I think that would be enough time to do it, certainly. But there are other decisions that the council would have to make, approving those positions and approving the budget for the staff for that model.
But so that would be, like, we would still need to kick in this extra cost share money to keep it at the current hours that we're currently working with.
That's correct. The current hours, the city is cost sharing 30 hours per week at Belle Haven, and also an additional 33 hours, I'm looking to my colleague, at Burgess Pool. Reverse, 33 hours at Burgess, thank you, and 30 hours, 30 at Burgess, 33 at Belle Haven.
So, yes, I guess where I'm at right now is I'm not, I don't know, again, I think just like everyone else, a little frustrated, not opposed to, you know, moving towards a staff-run model, knowing that we would also, again, it's just all very expensive. We would have to kick in this cost share money because we would want to keep the pool open while we're moving towards the staff-run model. But then, as my colleague Councilmember Schmidt also mentioned, we are like literally counting our pennies right now, and I am concerned where we are going to find $1.5 million, or sorry, almost 1.5, 1.44. I think it is absolutely a worthy investment if we can find the money. I'm not at all questioning the value. I'm just, I mean, as we're about to find out in what we learned at the priority setting workshop on Saturday, and as we're about to see in the next report as well, I am just concerned about the cost. So not super helpful, but that's where, those are my thoughts.
Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, and thank you to Mr. Shegda for the presentation. I am trying to understand what is the issue that we're solving, or the problem we're solving for specifically. I've heard a bunch of things. One issue is that the pool is not being utilized. One is that it's being utilized by people outside of the community and not being able to be utilized by people inside of the community. Or three, it's been programming that's being offered that is not actually the programming that the community wants. So, like, what is it? I don't know. And it seems unclear to me, especially as the ask is to think about the city taking on the cost, the time, the effort, the energy of the complete running of the pool. And again, let's be clear, the city running it is no guarantee of success. No guarantee that it will be run any better or that people will be any happier. And actually, there's a high likelihood that initially the city will run it in a way that is less advantageous for at least a period of time. It has no relationships with contractors needed to do the classes, has no process for hiring lifeguards. It has no one on staff that really has the in-depth experience that we would want to run a pool. So all of that needs to be brought into the organization. And what's different than gymnastics is gymnastics, many of those people were still there. And you could go back to staff that had run the gymnastics program and bring them back and restart the program. We do not have that in this situation. And that's fine. The city can take that step. But again, I don't know the problem we're solving for because it's all over the place. And so I would want to fully understand, like, what exactly is the problem? Is it that we don't have swimming and basketball? Is it that the system, the pool's system is not working correctly? And to be clear, and I appreciate all the public comments, but someone said, well, everything is happening at Burgess swimmingly or well. The Burgess pool has been shut down too. And there has been a number of instances in days where the heater at the Burgess pool for a while there was working sporadically. And so this is not a tale of two cities, to be very clear, or a tale of two pools, where one pool, everything is happening and everything is great, and in another pool it's not. And believe me, there is a constituency at Burgess Pool who doesn't like the way that's run either. They have similar complaints that we're hearing here, and again, it's getting to like, what is the issue? And I get this general sense of unhappiness, but I don't know what is exactly there. And so until I know exactly what's there, whether it's just people aren't interested in it, whether it's the operator isn't offering the right things, or whether things are being offered that the community doesn't want, the community doesn't feel included, unless I have some very concrete of like, this is the issue and this is driving the problem, then I have a hard time like saying, yes, let the city stop at this moment and start this process of transitioning to running the pool. And again, even in that scenario where there's no guarantee that like we'll have, we will be left with a situation where people are happier. And so, and I'm a little bit sort of reminded of the scenario with the very room we're in the senior program. It's like this edifice, this building of millions and millions of dollars was built, and I think from the minute the senior program has moved into it, seniors have been complaining that they don't like it. Of which we got today, a woman said she feels discriminated in this building. So again, I don't know what I feel like we'll be in a scenario where we'll go through this transition, the city will expend all this money, and people will be showing up at council and still not happy. And so that, I think that's the thing so that's where I'm at as I sit here. Like I've not seen enough information, and it's not been concrete enough for me to say that like I would be supporting any option that would be a lot more expensive than the options that we're pursuing. And to be clear, I don't think anyone is under the impression that it's a for-profit operation. I don't think the pool has ever made money, and no one expects it to. But that also doesn't mean that the city can, spend like $5 million a year on a pool. We've already taken down millions of Measure T funds to pay for the pool, which wasn't covered by Meta. That came from city resources. And so those bond payments have to be paid. So that's something the city pays out already with regards to the pool. And so if you say like, well, then, let's just go for whatever option, irrespective of the cost, I just think that like that's not a position I'm willing to take. And I don't think that's a logical or right position to take in this position. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. So I guess my first comment is the for-profit, I believe, refers to the fact that Menlo Swim and Sport is part of the Tim Sheeper Incorporated, which is a for-profit organization. So while the city, and so I believe that the responses or the comments have been made are because we are working with a group that is looking to make a profit. Although at the moment, looking at their records, they say that they are not. So I have some questions about the cost, but before we even go there, what I want to talk about first is I am in support of changing something, because I think that what we're currently doing is not working, as has been said by numerous people. What I hear from the community is several things, but most loudly that the hours are not working, because the hours are not, do not match what people who are working can, when they can access the pool. And so they're looking for different hours, and they're also looking for different programming that is, as has been presented, programs that match people who are not, who are looking for programs that are for people who are not as comfortable in the water, maybe, who are looking for, I've also heard requests for programs that for people who are want more competitive swimming or strong exercise, using swimming for exercise. So I think that it's both in the programming and the hours that are under question, as well as the communication. But that seems like that's more of an issue. Where do we sort of, how do we house some of the communication? And I think that's more workable either way. I am not in favor of having the city do this. I think that the city at this point is well over capacity. I think that in order to get it stand a program up, that it would take a long time. We would have to hire a lot of people. I believe that would involve going through union negotiations or putting up new union positions. And I think it's something that at this time in our city life, we just do not have the bandwidth to do. But I do think that we need to do something. Obviously, this pool is not serving the community well. And so I would like to look at actually doing a pilot with seeing if there is a provider out there. And I don't want to discount that MSS might be one of them, but who would be, can someone operate the pool? In the RFP, we had Swimming Swan was one of the providers that or one of the respondents. They seemed like they had a strong background in the operations of the pool and perhaps did not have as robust programming, which is why they were sort of moved. We didn't pursue that option. But I think it would be interesting if we could reach back out to Swimming Swan. I also think we have some coaches here who may have contacts or may actually be interested in running a program, such as Coach Naji of Race Swami. I don't know if anyone's approached him or not. There's other options. Certainly, there was a whole 55-page report that was put together by Ms. Rohr, who looked at all sorts of different swimming pools, municipal pools, and others around the region. So I think that just looking for other options, reaching out to the community who does have contacts, I think would be worthwhile to see what can we do to possibly to do something different. What else is out there? I would personally like to see the operations, the safety and CPO. I guess this is what the basically safety and CPO separated from the programming, because what we need is we need someone who is actually doing the day-to-day lifeguarding, pool operations work, but we can have different people who are doing we can contract with different people, as has been said in the hybrid model, for the programming itself. And we can also, that way we can also look at what different groups provide and talk to the community and actually find out what is the community looking for. So I would be interested in something that's really not on this list, but I think would be interesting, and that would be for the looking at operators, is there an operator that really matches what the community is looking for? Perhaps that already knows the community, and also looking at possibly having the city do some of the contracting for the, well, I guess what I've been, the city currently does recreation facilities and then contracts out like the fields and the rooms and things like that, and for the programming. And it seems like that's something that could possibly be done more easily without really adding a whole new type of person. And also we do have Ms. Mullen, who's very involved in all the aquatics and is a pool expert herself, involved, but basically have an outside provider doing some sort of, doing the operations, have contractors doing the programming, and possibly have the city be the conduit of who's administering the programming. One piece that I learned today, I'm a swimmer, I'm in this pool 4 to 5, 6 times a week. I ran into the general manager for Tim Sheeper, and she caught me and was all excited that they actually did just hire a new general manager for the Belle Haven Pool, who will be starting later this month. It's someone who apparently has been doing pools at Berkeley, has a lot of experience. They also just hired a lifeguard who grew up in Belle Haven, who was a product of the Beyond Barriers Athletic Foundation, the BBAF scholarships, and learned to swim in the Belle Haven Pool, and is a Spanish speaker as well. And he will be starting, I'm not sure exactly when, but as a lifeguard in the pool. So I don't know how all this shakes out, but it seems like we need to look differently at how we are doing Belle Haven Pool. And I think this is a really good opportunity to do it. I do have one other question, and that is some of the comments that we've been receiving have also been about the safety and about the lifeguards. And I'm wondering if someone on staff can give me and the public, how many lifeguards do we need at the on deck at the Belle Haven Pool, given its current configuration? And at what point do we need additional lifeguards when there's more people in the pool? And I don't know if that's something that could be done tonight, but I think that's something that's has been a real point of friction as well in the community. And we don't have there doesn't seem to be a clear answer. And I've actually looked online, done AI. I haven't come up with a clear answer either, but there's got to be one. There is not one. Okay. But perhaps we need to just clarify what are the standards for our Menlo Park community. At what level do we, how many lifeguards should be on deck? And how many, at what point do we need additional lifeguards?
Right, so I can take a quick stab at that. The operator is operating their safety plan, their emergency action plan, where there's a certain number of lifeguards per number of people in the pools. It doesn't matter if there's 1 or 2 pools. It has to do with whether they can cover those within the 30-second period that's defined in the emergency action plan. From my understanding is, Tricia can jump in and cut me off if I'm getting this wrong, is that if there are more than 15 people in both pools at Belle Haven, then an additional lifeguard needs to come out on deck. So they do also schedule more lifeguards during times when it's warm, when there's likely to be more people there. Usually the manager of the day sometimes can also serve as a backup lifeguard if they need a third. But under the model that the city is currently cost sharing for, with the 4 employees, 2 lifeguards, 1 on duty. If there's more than 15, then the second one comes out.
So there's just 1 lifeguard for both pools until 15 people.
Right, that's my understanding.
All right, thank you. So I guess at this point, I would look to, okay, Councilmember Schmidt, two others, council members.
Yeah, thanks. I want to offer a couple of ideas and react to a couple of comments. I have to disagree with Councilmember Combs. I think residents have provided lots and lots of feedback, and I question the logic of gathering more information. I don't think we should do that. I've noticed, particularly with the Belle Haven community, that we tend to ask and ask and ask and ask, and there's not a lot of progress, and we'll come back and ask again. So I feel like I really appreciate the, Nick's point about we haven't done a good enough job in some areas. And, I would say we have not done a good job with the public and private partnership, particularly of listening, of addressing concerns and desires, and making real progress. So I don't think that means we go back and ask again. I think the mayor's point about two of the biggest things I've heard again and again are hours and programming. I think we've heard that very loud and clear. I would say those are in the top 3 to 4 priorities. So there's some priority right there. I think people are adults. They understand that sometimes we'll have to say no, and sometimes we'll have to say not yet, but it's on the list. But I don't think we've done a good job of that either, right? So this is not to beat up staff. It's to make an observation on how to progress forward. I feel like that we need a proper strategic plan. If this truly is a public and private partnership, those are driven by strategic plans that are community driven, that have both partners in the room agreeing, and it's 3 priorities in 2026, 3 in 2027, 3 in 2028, and we fix them piece by piece. And we don't create a laundry list of 150 things. We do 5 things in a 3-year period and we get it right. So I'd like to see that be part of what we do. Part of the reason that I think that's important is because I'm leaning more toward the creative cost sharing for the time being and continuing with this partnership, mainly because of the financial situation we're in. I think that's the best fiscal approach. But I think if that doesn't work, if that strategic plan doesn't work, I think we need to break that model, because clearly it won't work. And I think some of us will probably argue we should have done that a while ago, but we are where we are. So I would say, we can start to move toward rebids and other things, but I don't know that that would be the smartest thing to do in the short term. But if this idea of a strategic plan with clear priorities doesn't work, I think we need to move forward with that. And then I think the other thing is just fix the communications. I think we said it's not great. Tim and team need a clearer, more transparent way of working with us. That's also a fundamental part of a public-private partnership. And if, residents are saying they're not hearing the right things and they're having a different experience, that has to be taken into account. It shouldn't be a he said, she said type thing. So I wanted to just offer the practical path of, let's not survey people. Let's not keep asking. We know what some of the priorities are. Let's agree the top 3. Let's create a strategic plan. If that plan doesn't work, let's move toward a rebid when we have the resources to move toward a rebid. And then fix the core comms between the community, the city, and the vendor. So that's hopefully constructive feedback.
I will jump in if people don't mind. I was thinking that we would not actually do a rebid at this point. I was hoping that we would do a pilot for a year or some defined period of time, but that we would actually not do a rebid. We would use the resources that we have within our community and within our staff and community to see if we can find an operator to pilot a new type of model for a year or so. That in my mind we would, because I think things are set up already for the summer season, we would use the summer season to work with the community to figure out, to try and find a new provider, and, or if we can work with the current one. But we would work, we would use that time to set up a new system that as of August, September, October, would actually, the pool would be run by, in another model with programming separated from the pool, so that this community has more input into specifically what the programming is, and it can pick and choose different providers to provide if different programs. But I was hoping to avoid, in the staff report, there was an $80,000 study, there, if I remember, and there's also the whole process and even the strategic plan. I love the idea. I just don't know if we have the time at this point, both staff-wise and or going out. I don't know how we do that. And so I guess given where we are, that we have had a tremendous amount of feedback from the community, I would tend to try and move forward, and if that doesn't work, then switch gears.
I think we're saying really close to the same thing. I would say, you know, when I say continue with the cost share model, I think it's like what you said. Let's continue with the way things are now, but have a commitment that if this final piece doesn't work, we're in parallel moving toward a potential rebid. I wouldn't default toward a rebid. I think there's a period of maybe this planning could potentially work and maybe it doesn't, but I think putting the pieces in place, like you said, and exploring them is a good thing. The strategic plan, I think, coming from this in my background, I think it's fairly straightforward. We know what the feedback is. Let's pick 3 priorities. Let's get a quick agreement that those are the priorities, and then let's go work them. You know, hours, programming, and we may have to say no to some of it, but those 2 stand out as what year one of a strategic plan would look like. There may be a third thing. So I don't think strategic planning has to be a new version of the general plan. Like, it could be super simple. So.
Councilmember Combs.
You know, my concern is that staff will leave this meeting with some confusion, because I'm confused, of like, what's I think the mayor proposed a model where you have like 3 different operators or stakeholders or entities involved, like the city, then you have all of these sort of, then someone oversee the programming, and then some other entity overseeing like the lifeguard services. That seems complicated. Is that not what because you were?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. No, I see an operator, someone who is actually providing the lifeguard services, who hires lifeguards, supervises them, provides all of the on-deck requirements. Then I see contractors coming in and providing programming that is requested by the community. Somehow, you know, we have to work that out. And perhaps the city is the group that administers how the programs get signed up for. And basically it's the same way we do the field use in the Arriaga gym. Basically, there's the city, I believe, and I may be totally butchering this, but I believe the city essentially has contractors come to them, and or solicits contractors, has people who do the programming of all different sorts, and they use the facility. So the facility would be handled by a separate operator. Programming would be done by contractors, and the city would be the hub in the middle that was doing the administration of actually getting the contractors in place and signing, presumably using the current system to sign people up. And yeah, it's...
I mean, I just, like, I mean, I think there's some ways the field model works and aligns are as comparable. I think there's other ways in which it's not, because again, if you look at like something like Stanford Strikers, like, right, they come with their own community, right? And again,
that's part of the pushback or critique we've heard about the pool is that like, oh, you're bringing a community that's not the community that's here. And so, but you can.
Oh, I was just going to say, perhaps what's better is looking at one of the rooms at Arriaga where sometimes there's yoga playing, yoga in there, sometimes it's martial arts, sometimes it's, dance, sometimes it's singing. That's probably a better analogy.
And again, I think in this case is that you have specifically a community that is going to be expecting certain services, like, right, to be provided. I think I don't have, like, I haven't seen the people come and say, oh, the judo class wasn't offered this season, and so we're going to, take up public comment. And so I think that there is a different level of expectation. But nonetheless, I think my only thing is, again, what's the problem? And so, like I said, there's been many, and Councilmember Schmidt, I think you, Mayor, said, no, it's been really clear. And so one is accessibility and the hours. So I have no doubt you could go to the current operator and say, hey, we'll cover you for adding additional hours. And they'd say yes. If the city said, we will make you whole to, because I guess the issue is that it opens at 9 here, and at Burgess it opens at 6, so it's a 3-hour difference. But again, Burgess is a bigger pool, has a bigger draw. But I have no doubt you could go to the operator and say, hey, we're going to make you whole, give us 3 extra hours. Take that deal. So then, like, again, I'm sort of like trying to understand what's the problem we're trying to solve for. If hours is the first one. Now, if someone knows differently, please, I've not been as close to this, but again, given that, like, the operator has been told is a for-profit entity, and he's in the business of providing services related to pools, you could make him an offer where I have no doubt he'd cover those 3 hours.
Agreed. And I think one of the pieces is that we may be able to, I believe we will be able to find a more reasonable approach financially to, I believe that we will be able to find a more, basically a different approach that will cost the city less and be more responsive to the community than what we currently have. And what I also didn't mention is that I think that we have, I would like to, well, actually, maybe I'll ask Councilmember Taylor to talk about funding.
That's some of the direction we need to provide staff is about the funding.
Through the mayor, I can answer that question simply, but maybe also an opportunity to provide a little bit more context. Yeah, so I'd say funding is absolutely critical, as was described on Saturday, and it was referenced earlier. The city's general fund is extremely strained, and we can point to all those various reasons to kind of come back to that, but for purposes of right now, kind of just acknowledge that strain with the need potentially for the city to pursue budget reductions. So other aspects of the city, and was advertised on Saturday, our community funding program, we're looking to pause that. So there's definitely, and there's probably, as we get to the numbers, more to come for that. So there's definitely the financial constraints. So anything from tonight where the council is providing any sort of direction that identifies something that would increase the cost, I'd say funding is absolutely critical for us, because I don't think we have an easy solution for addressing funding. Some of the other things that would be helpful through the end of this is with even just some of the options identified here, like ruling things out would be helpful for staff. So ruling things out. I think there's the temporal nature, the timeline, like what would happen between now and in September. I think for anything to be done between now and September, frankly, it's not realistic. There's work that could be done, but there's in terms of a change. happy to kind of identify what those top 3 things are that the council wants us to focus on. And I can focus in on what the council wants staff to focus on. And then there's a main thing that was referenced here, but it's also extremely important, is that with any of this, there's an existing agreement with the operator. And so I'll turn to others to get more specifically, but if there's a desire to change the arrangement specific to Belle Haven Pool, part of this is, working collaboratively with the existing partner on how to make that happen. Otherwise, it's a different avenue of related to the agreement. So I think if this is within the constructive nature of what to do over the next 6+ months, with what the deliverables are, and especially the funding, and working with the current operator to address some of those top items, that would be helpful feedback for us tonight. So thank you for giving me the time to expand on your simple question about the funding, but funding is absolutely critical. Yes, thank you.
Through the mayor. Thank you, City Manager Murphy, for clarifying. And also, I stated at the beginning that I'm not in favor of any of the 4 options that are on here. I am interested in the pilot that the mayor discussed. Even if we all don't understand what the issues are, I've been listening to them for far too long to not understand it. Folks don't feel like they have access to a public facility, the pool, that actually belongs to them. And therefore, we need to make an effort to fix that. If the issue is the operator, well, we need to make an effort to figure out other options that will satisfy the requests of the community. And that is my goal. And as far as funding, it will be helpful to understand the yearly cost of the pool at the current arrangement. And then also we can look at Fund 111 as far as funding for the pilot for the Belle Haven community. Because I do not believe that this is a money issue. I believe this is an access issue for the community here. And I believe I've covered everything. Mayor Nash, thank you.
So I appreciate the comments from Councilmember Taylor, but now I'm even more confused because the city manager said it very much is a funding issue. And so if Councilmember Taylor sees it as an access issue and that the funding is not an issue, then I think we need to go away and align on that. Like whether, because if it's not a funding issue, then even my perspective will change. If there are funds that exist that wouldn't sort of worsen what is already the challenging financial situation the city is going into, then I might be willing to explore these other Cadillac options that are here on the table. But so that certainly would be something that would need to be worked out. I would say that, just to be clear, I'm not supportive of the pilot model. I don't know what it is. I think it's a recipe for confusion, to be honest. And but I would be open if you wanted to rebid it. I would support that. If it's the idea of going back out into the marketplace and seeing if there is some operator, again, someone who actually has experience running pools, that can propose something that is better than the current operator, then I would not be opposed to the city exploring that. But I don't understand the pilot model, so I can't be supportive of it. And the hybrid model and the staff run model are too costly for what I understand to be something related to a funding exercise, or something where funding is a critical element. Again, if you guys go away and come back in a future meeting and say, oh no, Drew, funding isn't really the issue, then I might have a different take.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And I just want to remind the council that we did go out for an RFP before. And I just want to make sure that we're not setting the community up again for going out for an RFP again, and the majority of the council not supporting that RFP and going with the current operator. The operator that's been with the city for a long time still has the same complaints and concerns. And I understand it is difficult to work through everything and to satisfy everyone. However, there is a consistent theme that I keep hearing. And so if the majority of the council supports going back out for an RFP, just that reminder, I would prefer we don't set the community up for high expectations, and then the majority of the council does not support the new RFP, which is why I'm leaning towards the pilot. And I actually would lean towards whatever would make this a digestible task for our staff, because they're the ones that are going to do the work.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I want to build on that, and I want to offer a couple perspectives. I agree with Councilmember Combs in the sense of the hybrid model and the staff model. If the goal, as City Manager said, is to rule things out, I think we're in a position where we're likely going to have to rule out the hybrid model and the staff run model just for purely financial reasons. And then that leaves, of the four that are here, that leaves two options: cost sharing and rebidding. One observation with the pilot and with the rebid, or however we do it, there's two really big risks to that. One is, well, there probably are more risks, but one is Tim and team have been counting on a particular path forward, and they may choose to leave, and we were in that situation a few months ago, and I think we have to factor that into all of these considerations, whether it's a rebid or a pilot. And I don't fully understand the pilot, but I'm willing to kind of explore it. But in the meantime, I think the point I want to make is I think we still have to operate the pool. We can't shut the pool down. So I think I'm defaulting toward the cost sharing, because that is keeping things going until we figure out what is coming next, whether it's a rebid or a pilot or something brand new. I don't want to shut down the pool. But I also don't want to get into really hard decisions. I'm looking at the next conversation and saying, gosh, if we had to make really hard decisions, we could shut all the libraries down and, free up $13.8 million, and then we can fund the pool all day long, right? So there's really hard financial decisions. That's not something I'm advocating, to be super clear, but that's a big bucket of money that we're subsidizing quite a bit of, and that's the nature of hard decisions when it comes to these kind of things. So I only say that to illustrate there is a funding element to it that just drives hard decisions. We have a vendor who has the option to walk away and has talked about it before, and I think we need to factor that in. So I'm really moving toward guidance of, let's keep the cost sharing model for now, even though it's less than ideal. Let's focus on fixing some things within that model until we figure out what's next, whether it's a pilot or a rebid or whatever. But I don't want the pool to shut down in the interim while we try to figure it out. So just some perspective from me.
Vice Mayor Wise.
Thank you. So yes, I'm also in agreement with what Councilmember Schmidt just said, just because, especially around the cost share, because again, it's my understanding that if we don't move forward with the cost share, the pool will not be open. And it seems like there has been some progress made earlier in the report. It seems like people are starting to sign up again for lessons. So I do want to keep any positive momentum going. So I don't want to cut back on hours. And then similarly to what other council members have said, yes, going for the full-on rebid seems slightly unrealistic, only because, as Councilmember Schmidt said, it seems like the operator would walk away, which would then essentially get us back to shutting down the pools. So if there is an opportunity, again, I realize that Mayor Nash said this and was just thinking out loud. So if there is an opportunity to do some sort of pilot and see if somebody else is willing to step in, and run as a contractor and run specific things, and we can see how that goes. It could be a good option, especially considering, I believe the operator's contract is up, so in a couple years, so we could see what else is out there. So just a thought.
I don't understand how how we would conclude that the operator would be okay with a pilot, but then if it was a rebid, they'd be like, oh no, I'm out the door. Essentially, the pilot, as you're saying, is like, let me start this slow process to replace you. I think they're under a contract. I think the contract works for them, and I think we could just expect that, that they would adhere to their obligations to the contract as long as the contract is valid. My question to the staff was, would we have to go back? I know the city manager talked about engaging collaboratively with the operator. Would we have to renegotiate or negotiate certain? Yes. Okay. So, either way, this is dependent on the operator willing to go along with changes to the current contract. So whether it's a rebid that would result in some change before the end of the contract, or whether it's this pilot program, again, how they respond is going to be critical. I will point out though that initially again, things have changed, but the operator did not want to operate the Belle Haven Pool. It was this council, the operator only wanted to operate Burgess because it saw the challenges with Belle Haven. And so the council made the decision that the pools had to be run by the same operator. And so if there's any folly here, I would trace it back to the council in that decision, which I opposed. I was very fine with there being Belle Haven and Burgess being separated. There being two separate RFPs. This council said that they had to be together, or a council said. So I would imagine, since we have to engage with the operator on anything being proposed here, it's not clear to me that they wouldn't be fine with walking away before the contract. Again, I'm not speaking for them, and that has to be negotiated. But it's not clear to me that they wouldn't be fine with walking away. I think the question is the community, is the council, is the city going to be in a better situation with them walking away? And that, again, still has not been made clear to me. I think the city attorney was going to say something.
No, it passed. I was just going to say, I do agree with you that under all of those scenarios, we'd need the consent of the operator because they have a right under the contract to operate the pool until 2028. The Belle Haven Pool.
So I'm just wondering what we are doing here tonight, honestly. If we can't walk away, do we have an option? What is the choice? I have heard loud and clear that this isn't working with the current operator as it stands. I think that there is some agreement that it does not make sense to bring it in-house. I guess I'm wondering, how do we go forward? Perhaps, I don't know if Councilmember Taylor wants to make any comments, but I believe that it would be worthwhile looking at a different model. I think that the current model is not working well for the community. I think that the current model is extremely expensive. And so one of the things, when this comes back, I would love to know specifically in the cost model whether or not these figures include the utilities expenses and all the expenses the city is putting in. I thought in the staff report it said it did, but it doesn't look like it does. And also about revenue. And right now, the city does not get any revenue from programming. Presumably, in other scenarios, we might be able to offset some of the programming costs and other costs with some of the revenue coming back if it's not in different scenarios. I'll just put it that way.
I think the Mayor Nash brings up an interesting point, and which would help me understand. Like historically, my understanding though is that the city doesn't really treat its different units as like pure cost centers. Like, so could you tell me like how much the electricity bill for the library is? Like, do we really separate them out, and can you very specifically say that like for parks and for recreation facilities, we know how much all of the costs, we can apportion like the janitorial services, we can apportion the sort of engineering services, and can really say purely like this is what that costs. I do agree with the mayor, we should do this, but I do think we should accept that unless someone tells me I'm wrong, that exercise is not going to be really solid as far as providing a clear picture of all of the costs associated, because the city doesn't do a pure sort of cost center like kind of approach to the different business units. Or someone will tell me I'm wrong, and I will say I was wrong.
I think you're right there. I don't think that we can do. One of my colleagues is chiming in on the chat that we can look at the different PG&E meters for different facilities. So we could do that. Currently, the city budget for the sort of maintenance, chemical repair side of the pool is about both pools is about a little north of $1 million a year. And so my estimates are for the Belle Haven pool operating at fewer hours, it's $350,000 to $500,000 a year. I can't really get too much more detailed than that because we don't break it out that way. We could dive in and look to see in more detail, if that's what the council directs us to do, the more detailed costs for the Belle Haven pool as opposed to both aquatic centers overall.
I will just say I think that that's not worth the effort at this point. What I would like to do is know when I'm looking at a chart that that we're comparing apples to apples, because I thought that the report said that it was in some of the numbers were that the $375,000 to $500,000 was included in the figures, but obviously it's not included in all the figures, and some of them are below that.
Right.
And so I just want to, whenever we see the figures, I want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples, and also that if there's a recognition that there may be some offset by revenues, which we don't currently get. And that would be part of a whole nother big financial picture. So I don't expect any details on that other than possibly a comment that that is a possible savings. Councilmember Taylor.
Yeah, I just want to, I'll be super quick. I'm open to looking at a new model. I think there's a trick to that. How long is that going to take? And I suspect it'll take a while. And Team Sheeper needs to agree. So I think in the very, very short term, what are we going to do until then? I think we need to provide clear guidance. I think we're assuming that you're hearing it from us, but I think we need to be clear. I think we need to continue to make improvements while we're figuring out that pilot, and we need to fix the columns. So my preference is, if we do look at this, let's be realistic. Let's get an estimate how long that'll take, and then let's give them clear guidance on what to do in the meantime, because we don't want to be left with a closed pool.
Mayor, maybe if I could just provide a suggestion in terms of like exploring the pilot. A key thing is a discussion with the operator. So I think I'd almost say, like, you know, aside from the items that Councilmember Schmidt just identified in terms of like things to improve in the comms, I think that's the key next step. And so if the council authorizes the city manager and staff to explore that, we're more than happy to explore it. We have not had that discussion with them. If I do want to set expectations for timeline, though. Like the step is whether they're interested in exploring it. If they're interested in exploring what would that look like. So I think that's kind of a key thing in terms of expectations.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Just to follow up on what the city manager stated and to move us along, I'd be supportive of exploring options with the operator. Thank you.
I think I would just add that I agree. I think that I am interested, and it sounds like there's some consensus in a pilot, but I also would not, I would tell the operator if he's listening and that we want, a discussion and more work around what the community is saying around the hours and programming and access to the pool, that it's maybe by October, everything's fantastic. And I mean, I'm certainly encouraged by the two people that he's just hired. And talking to the general manager, maybe everything works itself out and there is their pilot. So I think that it's, please put that into the, some positives into the equation. Thank you. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, even though I don't know exactly what it is, I would be supportive of the idea of engaging the operator for some alternatives. I would say, though, again, as far as making sure to that like expectations are at the appropriate level, like I wouldn't expect some changes in the hours because the hours are part of the contract. And if there is a desire for us to provide more hours, then wouldn't that, if you're the operator, say, okay, we'll provide more funding for additional hours. So I want to understand, like, what is realistically flexible as part of, like, some additional engagement and what is sort of not realistic unless the financial picture or component of our agreement is changing. And so I guess I would put this question to staff. Do you see some substantive change in the hours without some change in the funding agreement between the city and the operator?
I can start with the mayor. I'd say, like, in terms of the number of hours, there wouldn't be a change unless there's financial. If it's that it's different hours within the total, I think that's totally open for discussion. So I think that's the important differentiation.
And so if the idea as part of the engagement is that, like, shifting the hours, I think that certainly is worth engaging, and whatever the pilot is. And these will be my last words on this.
And just one other comment is just, I don't think anyone wants the pool shut down. That's never been the intention. That is not the intention going forward. Thank you. Do you need any more information?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we have a lot to go on here. I think Councilmember Schmidt sort of boiled it down, shifting the hours, improving the connection on programming, and improving the overall communications between city operator and community, the three things to focus on.
And I would just say that it may be that we do programming with others, include other groups within the programming, which in a different way that it currently is.
And we can start some discussions with the operator about some preliminary discussions about some sort of pilot model.
Thank you. I want to recognize that Mr. Schekta has just stepped into this role, and thank you so much. It's been seamless. I really appreciate it. You've been incredibly responsive, and it is a big role. Thank you.
I think we're all trying to get to the same place together, and that's better service for the community.
Thank you very much. All right. Turned to one page too much. We still have one more study session to go. Our next study session is the final study session, is K2 provide direction on cost of services study cost recovery policy. And walking up to introduce the item is our Assistant Administrative Services Director, Fenny Lay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present this study session tonight. Before we begin, I'd like to recognize and thank staff and executive team across the organization for their extensive collaboration on this effort. This work reflects many hours of detailed analysis across departments, and it would not have been possible without their expertise and commitment. We're also joined this evening by Cindy Scones, Director with Government Consulting Partners, or GCP. She will walk through the methodology and cost recovery components. Tonight's presentation presents an overview of the cost of services study and frames key considerations for potential updates to the city's fee structure. We're also seeking council direction during the study session to help staff move forward and finalize the fees for adoption in April. This evening, we'll cover 5 key areas. We'll begin with the policy and historical context, followed by an overview of the methodology used to calculate the cost of services. We'll then review proposed fee and cost recovery levels and discuss specific areas where staff is seeking council direction to finalize the fee schedule. Finally, we'll conclude with the next steps and timeline. At its core, a cost of services study evaluates the full cost of providing city services, including staff time, materials, overhead, administrative support, and compares those costs to current fees. The goal is to develop a clear and accurate understanding of what it truly costs to deliver services, and to ensure that fees are aligned with those costs where appropriate. These principles are reflected in the city's cost recovery policy last adopted in 2022. Which acknowledges that while some services are appropriate for full cost recovery, others may be intentionally subsidized to advance broader policy objectives. We have reviewed the policy and we don't have any recommended edits at this time. Equity and community benefit are central to this framework. The city considers who benefits from each service and how costs should be shared between individual users and community at large. For example, services that provide a broad public benefit may be subsidized and recovered a smaller portion of their costs, while services that primarily benefit individual users, such as development-related fees and services, are generally expected to achieve a higher level of cost recovery. Ultimately, these policy choices are closely tied to fiscal sustainability, which is a common theme tonight, helping to ensure that the city can continue to deliver high-quality services while preserving stability of the general fund over time. The city's last comprehensive fee study was completed in 2017, with a subsequent CPI-based adjustment applied in 2019. Since then, fees within the master fee schedule have not been updated. The city's user fee cost recovery policy, which guides how fees are set relative to the cost of providing services, was last updated in 2022, as discussed. Taken together, this really underscores the need to review and update the fees to better align with current costs and policy objectives. To provide some legal context and support, The city's approach to setting the fees is actually guided by statewide voter-approved propositions that establish how fees must be calculated and applied. Proposition 218, passed in 1996, requires that user fees be fair, transparent, and directly tied to the cost of providing the service. Proposition 26, passed in 2010, further clarifies that user fees are generally limited to the estimated reasonable cost of providing a service. It is also important to note that certain fees, such as those for the use of government property, including parks, facility rentals, or equipment rentals, are exempt from Proposition 26. These fees may be based on market rates. I'll now turn the presentation over to Cindy Sconce, a director with GCP, who will walk us through the methodology used in the study and the cost recovery analysis.
Thank you, Fanny. Most of the fees in the study were calculated via a per unit analysis. This is commonly known as a bottom-up approach. The analysis to determine the cost of providing fee for services really contains two basic elements: a fully burdened hourly rate and the average time spent to actually provide that service. That results in what we call the full cost to provide that service. So our process to develop the bottom-up approach is, first we defined which fees we were actually going to be looking at. We then looked at the direct staff time spent on each of those fees or those services. We developed the hourly rates of the staff providing those services, and then we compared the total cost of that service to what your current fee was. This helped to develop what your cost recovery was currently. We then annualized those costs by taking the average or typical volume demand so that we would know what kind of fiscal impact that has. We looked at the current level of cost recovery versus what is stated in your cost recovery policy. This helped to guide us on what the proposed changes may be. In the library, we took a little bit of a different approach for library and community services. Here, we took a two-level approach. Level one, we looked at the annual cost of providing services within different program groupings. These groupings would be things such as grouping all of the gymnastic classes together, or all of the family gymnasium rental fees together, etc. Level two, we went down to the individual fee level and compared some of those fees for the highest demand or high interest fees against other jurisdictions that offered similar services. So to expand on that level one, for the annualized costs, we looked at the direct labor costs, the direct services and supply costs. We incorporated any indirect labor, such as supervision, indirect services and supply costs, as well as the citywide cost from the city's cost allocation plan. For our level two, as I mentioned, at the individual fee level, we then compared those results to the other jurisdictions. This allowed us to get an idea based off of heavy demand, whether or not the fees were priced accordingly, or if we were able to increase those fees and be in the cost recovery policy range. So as we looked at those items, we did take into consideration several different items, such as price elasticity of demand. If we raise the price, will we lose participation? What are the economic barriers that present themselves if the fee is too high? What is the competition? Is it a community benefit? Is it a public service versus a private service? And all of that tied into what the city's cost recovery policy is. So let's delve in a little bit into some of the fees that we would like some guidance on. First, let's talk a little bit about the current cost recovery. Menlo Park's cost recovery policy is grounded in equity and community benefit. The city does not aim for full cost recovery in all cases. Fees are set based on who benefits from these services. When a service provides a broad community value, it is more heavily subsidized. When the benefit is primarily to an individual or a specific user, a higher level of cost recovery is expected. The city uses 3 general tiers: low, mid, and high cost recovery. As you see, they range from 0 to 100%. When a service falls, depends on factors like policy goals, impact on demand, and how practical it is to charge fees. Importantly, pricing is also used as a policy tool to encourage desired behaviors, maintain access and affordability, and support equity goals. Overall, this approach ensures that the fees are applied thoughtfully while recognizing that some services are intentionally subsidized to serve the broader community. So here we have one of the fees. It's a technology fee. Your current fee is 3%. It is a surcharge against your engineering, building, and planning fees. As you can imagine, since 2017, technology has changed considerably. There is definitely a need for some additional updates and regular maintenance of the city's permitting system. A technology fee will provide that dedicated revenue stream to help with those costs. The city's projected cost of providing technology services for permit holders annually is about $385,000. This would equate to about 9% of the total development revenue. The recommendation would be to set the new technology fee at 9%. We did look at other jurisdictions to do a comparison survey, and you can see that there's a wide range depending upon, we don't know if they've updated their technology surcharge recently. We don't know if they've updated their permitting system recently, but you can see it ranges anywhere from 3.5% up to 13%, with the peer average being 5.25%. Another fee that we'd like guidance on is you have a current general plan maintenance fee. Again, your current fee is a 3% surcharge against development-related revenues, and this is used to help fund some of your long-range planning costs. You are allowed to charge this fee. The amortized cost of maintaining the city's long-range elements is estimated to be $340,000 annually. And again, if we look at that in relation to the development revenues, it would be approximately 8% surcharge. Now, it's a little bit more difficult to do a comparison regarding this fee because, as you can see, there's different methodologies that can be applied. We are suggesting, and you are currently utilizing, the percentage against your development revenues. However, for those agencies that are on a valuation base regarding their building permits, they have it set as a percentage of the construction valuation. So it's very difficult to determine what that would equate to as far as a percentage of their development revenues. We are also recommending to implement a credit card convenience fee. Cities and other government entities may charge a convenience fee when payments are made by a credit card. The city has experienced a large increase in costs associated with credit card fees. We recommend implementing a 2.5% convenience fee when customers pay by credit card. This convenience fee would allow the city to offset the costs incurred by credit card fees. We are also looking at some of the housing fees. Many cities have recently been instituting housing fees to recover a portion of these program costs. The Housing Division currently does not charge any of its fees, neither in affordable housing to tenants or landlords. The division does provide many services to this group for which a fee could be charged, and we are recommending several new fees to be implemented. At this time, projecting housing revenues is unavailable because the fees are new and volume cannot be reliably estimated. For the library and community services area, there were 8 program areas that we are proposing to increase those fees by 10%. Those would be in the areas of gymnastic classes, youth after-school sports, both run by the city or run by the contractor, the family recreation center, the meeting room rentals for Belle Haven Community Campus, the athletic fields for natural turf, the athletic fields lighting, and the Menlo Children's Center seasonal programs. And a quick note on here, obviously we just had a big discussion about aquatic fees, and right now we do not have any recommendations regarding the aquatic fees. Another quick note, there are areas within here, just to note, Belle Haven Child Center is grant funded, so we are not recommending any increases for Belle Haven. We are recommending the Menlo Children's Center seasonal programs. These are the camps, and they do have high participation rate, but they are falling under what the current cost recovery policy is, which is set at a high level, so between 70 and 100%. Some other highlights for building fees, we just realigned the cost with what it's actually costing to provide those services. There was no major structural changes there, just realignment of the cost to provide services. Within planning, there is a mix of flat fees and deposit-based fees. One of the fees we would look towards guidance on would be your appeal fee. You have 2 appeal fees, appeal of staff decision, which is currently set at $110, and appeals of a planning commission's decision. The approximate cost for an appeal is about $21,000. So we are below a 1% cost recovery on that. We are very cognizant that we don't want to set appeal fees too high. We don't want to alienate anybody from filing an appeal. We do have a survey, and the $110 is on the lower end of the agencies that have been surveyed. For Public Works, again, we realigned the cost with providing services. There were a couple of restructuring of some fees just to better align with the services being provided. And we are recommending 6 new fees be added to the schedule. For Public Works Water, Majority of those fees are rate-based, and we did not analyze those. But there are a handful of user fees that could be implemented, and we are recommending that 8 new fees be implemented. This is just a snapshot of one of the comparisons for a single-family dwelling, an 800 square foot addition. You can see that the peer average for this is $9,357. The proposed fee for Menlo would be $6,937. You can see that the cost really varies from agency to agency on this. So this is a tougher one to determine why East Palo Alto is the highest and why Belmont is the lowest. Another snapshot is a multifamily 20,000 square foot new dwelling. Again, Menlo Park is on the lower end for the proposed fee at $57,850, but the peer average is $148,916. So again, there is a wide range of cost here to look at. Next. On this particular slide, you can see these costs, while the cost recovery chart reflects our current best estimates, it is a working model. We expect to continue refinement based off of assumptions and validating those assumptions, as well as additional data that becomes available. So these results may adjust as well. Overall, your current fee revenue is approximately $10 million. However, the current cost of services is about $23.9 million. So your current recovery rate is about 42% overall. If the fees that we have proposed were implemented today without those refinements, your cost recovery rate would go up to 58% for an increase of $3.8 million.
Thank you, Cindy. So for council direction, staff is seeking council direction to move forward with finalizing the master fee schedule and proceeding to a public hearing. This includes confirmation of the proposed cost recovery levels, recommended fee adjustments, and any new fees being introduced.
Thank you. City Clerk Karen, could you please call for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our study session item K2, which is direction on cost of services study and cost recovery policy. If you are in person, go ahead and return that speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on study session item K2, the cost of services study and recovery policy. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. So I'd like to open it for City Council discussion. Would anyone like to start? Okay, I will, please, Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, and thanks for that presentation. There clearly is a ton of work that went into this, so thank you. Most charts I think I've ever seen in a staff report. So a couple of questions about the methodology, and then a handful of questions about where the cost burden sits and options. I'm curious on the time spent analysis. Those can be often pretty detailed, and they're often the most subjective of this kind of measurement. I'm just curious, was that done by survey or software, or how did you get to the time spent metric?
It's a great question. I will defer that to Cindy.
It really depended upon what was available, whether there was information from the permitting system that was available from time records, or we interviewed subject matter experts. And the law states that it's a reasonable time estimate. So we help guide them through that process by talking about not the worst experience, not the best experience, but what is the average time spent to provide that service?
Okay, got it. And then the second part of the methodology is a little unclear, is the factors like price elasticity and other things I wasn't 100% clear, were those weighted criteria against themselves based on city data, or you had talked about comparing them? So did we use them for comparison and ranking city by city? So, or was it both?
Really, those key factors we take into consideration with your cost recovery policy. And then, for instance, in Parks and Recreation, with the elasticity of demand, we look at, do you have a waiting list? Are you fully impacted? Is enrollment up? Because based off of that information, as well as what the comparison survey has provided, will we lose participation if we increase this fee? So that's an example of elasticity of demand. So we're weighing our options of, if I increase this fee and be higher than my neighbors, am I going to lose not only participation, there's competition there as well. So all of those factors really go into the decision, as well as with your cost recovery policy, as to whether or not we propose an increase on that fee.
Okay, that makes sense. And those weren't weighted against each other in that list?
No,
Okay.
no, they're all kind of cumulative.
Got it. So 3 quick observations. One is, I think anything we can do to avoid creating a burden on affordable housing, it's hard enough. So just one factor as we think about this. The second piece is the appeal fees for $110 to $21,000. 2 questions on that. One is, that's quite an eye-popping cost, and I'm curious what goes into the $21,000. And then if we had the option to make income level exemptions, or would that be illegal? I don't know if we could tier that based on, I wouldn't want to raise it, but everybody paying $110 when the costs are $21,000 feels like a very large gap. So I'd be curious what goes into that cost, and then can we create different levels based on income?
I don't know if my colleague Jeff Wakefield is on or not, if he wanted to weigh in, but it's been my experience with the 21,000 it's staff time. It's also the staff report time goes into that. And I know we have, it looks like Jeff may be on the line, and he can expand on that. As far as tiers, I'm also going to default to Jeff to answer the rest of that question, since he worked with community development.
Yes, hi, this is Jeff Wakefield with GCP. Yes, so in regard to the $21,000 of cost, that's simply a matter of staff time spent with the appellant, taking in the application, preparing the staff report, and then presenting the staff report to council, and then work done after the fact. So it's simply a matter of the time required to process the application, which is quite a time-intensive application. That's simply how that $21,000 was calculated.
And then any options for tiering it based on income level to make up that pretty significant gap?
I would point out that the $21,000, that's not what is being recommended. I think the number is lower. I think the 21,000 is just an identification of what the cost is. I don't think that's what's actually being proposed as the fee.
Well, I'm saying raise the fee significantly to close that gap. Maybe that's more for our staff. I'm not sure. Is that legal? Could we do that? It's just basically people are paying nothing for essentially a service that costs $21,000.
We haven't seen anything that's been tiered based off of economics or affordability on that. What we have seen are policy decisions where, for example, if somebody won the appeal and they were the ones that were filing the appeal because their decision was denied, that they were refunded the cost of that appeal. And I don't know if we have staff that want to chime in on that, on this.
Yep, we have our Community Development Director, Deanna Chow.
Okay, thank you. So just a clarification. So the $110 is the appellant fee. So that would be based for typically residents of Menlo Park. And that was intended to be sort of a low-cost entry point to be able to an appeal. What staff is recommending is a cost recovery from the applicant to pay for the appeals, so being responsible for their application, so their continuing processing fees, and if it was to elevate to a city council, an appeal of the planning commission decision to the city council, they would continue to pay the processing their application.
So
and just on the 21,000, so that was sort of our best guess based on a true project. That was staff time. That was not also including city attorney's time, which we do coordinate a lot on appeals. That was a larger project, so that would not probably be typical of a single family residential home. That was part of a multifamily development.
So maybe I read that wrong. So that's just the initial fee, but then as the process goes through, that 21,000 could potentially be recovered at a higher rate. Did I hear that right? Or it just feels like we're providing, if I'm reading it wrong, that's totally okay. It feels like we're providing something for essentially free in that 21,000, but that doesn't, maybe that's not what you're saying.
So staff's time, we're recommending that staff's time would be cost recoverable.
Okay.
And so whatever that fee might be, we do charge on an hourly basis.
And just Councilmember Schmidt, just so I understand, who do you think is getting it for free? Is it the appellee or the appellant? Right?
Well, I wasn't sure. I just was looking at the two numbers. It costs 110. It costs the person filing the appellant fee 110, and then we're spending 21,000 to provide the services. There's such a gap there that I was trying to figure out.
But so is what Ms. Chow proposing, or part of this analysis where the appellee or the initial applicant then just covers the cost of an appeal as just an addition to their application fee, which means that like someone comes appeals me and then that's going to cost me more money. Like I'm not getting it for free. I don't want the appeal. So I just want to make sure we're clear on how this, like who's paying who and who wants the appeal, who doesn't want the appeal, and like who's getting the value. Like, and so for us, the idea is that the value is in having a resident be able to, in a not too friction-filled manner, be able to appeal projects of which they're not happy with. The people being appealed against don't want to be appealed, but then, so I think that an analysis where they have to pay for the appeal would seem somewhat draconian. But again, I think I just want to clarify who we thought was getting it for free.
And if I could just add, just for clarity, because there's sort of some different levels. So I was speaking to about a resident appeal of $110. So if it's a non-resident fee, the appellant would be responsible for paying the fee. So in both scenarios, we'd be looking for cost recovery, depending upon whether they are a Menlo Park resident who's appealing or a non-Menlo Park resident.
So if I understand correctly, if it's a non-resident, the appellant, the person who's actually bringing the appeal, is paying the cost entirely.
That would be the recommendation.
But if it's a resident, then the applicant is paying the appeal. And was there a difference if the applicant wins the appeal, do they still pay the amount?
Regardless of the outcome, the payment is still this.
Thank you.
So the city's not on the hook. I think that was my question was as well. Win or lose, the city's not on the hook for the 20,000. It's recoverable from basically the person filing the application. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Is this something that, just a question, is this standard practice for cities to do this? Thank you.
Yeah, when development applicants file a development application, they're required to pay all processing fees all the way through final decision, and final decision includes the appeal. An appeal if there is an appeal.
Thank you.
And just even if they win the appeal, they still have to pay, and that's.
Yeah, because it's considered a processing cost.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I have a question about a couple of the fees. One on page 4 of, I have no idea which attachment this is, but it's 66 and 67, the recreation fees for single family. It says impact fee on here, but it's $127,000 for single family and $78,000 for multifamily development. Is there a reason why there's a significant difference?
I'm sorry, which attachment, which page?
Let's see. No idea which attachment. K.
I see our Public Works Director coming. This is a Quimby fee, the Rec and Lieu fee, and so yeah, there is a difference for those two, and I think Director Mitch could help explain that.
Thank you.
Public Works Director Azalea Mitch. Just to clarify, in terms of these impact fees were not part of the study, but they're part of the master fee schedule. These impact fees for Rec and Lieu, they're part of our municipal code, and the calculation is based on a formula that's in our code. And so there's a difference in terms of the Rec and Lieu needs and the formula, and that's why we present the two examples.
Okay, thank you. I have one other question about, well, actually two. On page, this is the water, page K 2.244, and that is the deposit required for temporary water meters. Is this for residential or commercial or
For
both?
all meters.
For home meters, okay. And then last questions on the service fee request, is that for new customers?
No, we often receive requests for our staff to just assess a situation that could be on the owner's side. So it's after we have requests a number of times that we often have, it's on the owner's side. So we're trying to recover costs.
Okay, and so that's the second time you show up, or is it the first time?
It's typically the third time.
The third, oh wow, okay, thank you.
Before you run, can I ask a quick water question as well? Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in, but didn't want you to sit down and come back up. Is that the water fee Was that the same that we talked about in the council meeting before last, or is this different?
These are different. So the water rate study focused on consumption rates, which are subject to Prop 218, and these are fees associated mostly with new connections, development. So they're cost of service fees. So they're different.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, as long as we're talking about water. Are these fees for all water hookups or just for Menlo Park Municipal Water?
Only for Menlo Park Municipal Water.
Thank you. Okay, I have another question, and that's on the credit card convenience fee. So we are charging 2.5% convenience fee, and that is a 28% recovery rate. And so if the fee changes, if we just stay at 2.5%, that's what counts. It's not the 28% that counts. So if we renegotiate anything about our fees, we still will be charging the 2.5%, and it doesn't matter if the 28% goes up or down. Thank you.
That's correct.
Wonderful. Thank you. And then, can you explain the tree appeal fee? Which I think, well, actually, I just would like to point out, I believe it's on page K2 242, and I think it's listed as going from 200 to 1,494.
One second, sorry, we were looking through the attachment.
Mayor, are you referencing the appeal fees line 118 heritage trees going from 100 to 1494?
Yes, 117 and 118. I'm sorry. Yeah, 117 and 118 are going from $200 flat fee to $14.94. And so I know that this is like the maximum, so I'm hoping when it comes back, we will see.
Thank you. We have our Director, Mitch, coming up.
As our consultant shared, we actually spent quite some time looking at all the fees and the time it takes to recover the costs. So this actually does reflect the average time, hence the increase.
So for someone to make a heritage tree appeal, rather than a $200 fee, they would be paying $1,494.
Yes, it goes through the EQC, and oftentimes ends up, we have a site visit that's involved. It includes
I don't doubt
myself.
I don't doubt the number. What I guess I would like to talk to assuming this is a policy decision, to me that will totally discourage any appeals. So I would like to see it remain at $200, realizing that doesn't cover the fee. Although I'm open to other suggestions if Councilmember Combs.
I will get there. A question as it relates to some of the financial projections we've gotten recently.
does it include the calculation of these changes already in place?
We had 3 scenarios. One of the scenarios did include a 3.5 million increase in revenue.
Driven by this?
Correct.
What's being proposed here? Like I share the mayor's concern about the heritage tree appeal, and just so I'm making sure I understand, that is a scenario in which someone has gotten the city's permission or approval to cut down a heritage tree and someone appeals, or is this a scenario where someone, the city has denied someone's desire to cut down a heritage tree and that person wants to appeal? So then it becomes, that's what's $1,400. Well, what's the prior scenario that which one is that, where I as a resident am appealing the city's approval of a heritage tree being cut down?
If you give me a few minutes, I can clarify that.
All right.
But indeed,
But that's a real thing,
it's the
right?
process of us denying the removal, and the applicant who is requesting to remove a heritage tree, then the process is pretty involved in terms of then their appeal. It requires a site visit, we make an assessment, we do an arborist report, and then that reflects the increase in the fee. But indeed, in terms of someone objecting to a heritage tree, let me just go back and check our master fee schedule. But the increase is indeed someone not agreeing with our request to deny the removal of a heritage tree.
And so we're which you don't, you
No,
don't.
I very much appreciate that distinction because I agree with what you're saying.
I know the one you're going to want to protect. But that scenario where I am trying to challenge the approval of
The approval.
That's not scheduled for a fee change.
Let me confirm, let me double check.
Okay. Okay. I would say broadly, I have major concerns that for lots of what we see here is people's ability to access the levers of government becoming a lot more expensive. And yeah, maybe in a logical, rational way, it more reflects the cost of government, but we just had a discussion about pools where it was like, oh, what's a community pool? And then what's a community appeal? And so I have some concerns holistically about an approach in which we see fees increasing dramatically. And I have concerns about how that would land with the public, especially given the larger financial environment that we're in. As we go into financially uncertain times, certain things that people want to do as it relates to engaging Menlo Park government goes up dramatically. And again, I'll say broadly, I have concerns about that.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Is there a waiver process to any of these fees?
That's a great question. I will defer that to Cindy Scones.
That would actually be a policy discussion as to whether or not you wanted to offer a waiver and what that would look like. We have seen it in other jurisdictions where certain fees can be waived, but that would definitely be a policy decision.
Yes, and I can just add on to that. Yes, there's definitely the option for fee waiver, depending on what the even current practice. Some of it might be council, could be at the city manager level. We don't take. I'm not sure if there's a documented process, but we could look into that. So there's definitely the concept of fee waivers that definitely can be explained. If it's kind of a categorical thing, then I think that's where you kind of go back to the user fee policy and kind of revisit that policy and what the targets are. Separately from the actual term fee waiver, the city does have a scholarship program specifically to some of the recreation programs. So like not development related, but on the recreation side, there's the scholarship program that's on the city's website. So it's like a form of a waiver.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So I'll echo what Councilmember Holmes said, but I had a counterpoint in my head that I wanted to ask the city manager about. Is the so I can see a scenario where this was one of the ways that we were planning to raise revenue, and I'm curious how much we had sort of potentially counted on this being one of the bigger ways to close the gap. Because I could see, I'm sure we're all aware, like in Menlo Park City School District, they just, the opposite of that is we go through the library and community services lines and we start saying, this is going to have to go away and that's going to have to go away, and that's good. And the school district just went through that painful exercise. So how much do you feel like you're counting on this as a potential revenue source versus other options? And that can be a ballpark kind of an answer.
Yeah, if it's kind of keeping it at a high level, I mean, a couple things to kind of keep in mind are that these fees have not substantially been updated in a number of years. So I think I understand the concern about what it means to increase fees. We don't take that lightly. As was explained previously, a lot of the fees are not increasing that much because of the elasticity demand that impacts on things. So I think there is a need to pursue some level of fee increase, because without that, there will need to be reductions elsewhere. There's no two ways around that. So I think if it's a matter of the concern about the fees, I think then it's a matter of potentially taking a little bit more time, looking at the user fee study, user fee policy, making sure that we can kind of step through the council on that, because we've done that in years past. The user fee policy, and then it might be on a category by category basis, and kind of really focusing in on the fees that could create that situation where it was more challenging for people to access levers of government. I think that would require some additional time. So the timeline that's identified thus far is to try to be on track for. There's typically a 60-day lead time for development fees, and I think we've just, for simplicity, tried to include the non-development fees just for effective date of July 1. That corresponds to the fiscal years. So that's the timeline that we're on now. The study session is critical because the council needs to decide whether to move forward with these fees as effectively like the maximum. Then we would do the noticing and come back to the council, and the council would then have the ability to reduce. I would, to that point, for me, it would be like select fees. If it's a categorical, reduce all fees or don't pursue it. I mean, that's an option. So back to your point about what that would mean for the budget, we would need some of that guidance tonight, because if concurrently we need to come back with you with the equivalent of $3 million worth of cuts in the next month, yeah, we would have to rally pretty quickly on that. That would be a challenging exercise, and as was so. I think that sort of guidance is what's important. There are options for the city council ultimately, but as was described on Saturday, there aren't too many short-term options.
Just to close on that thought, I appreciate it's been a long time. Cost of living is going up. I don't like what's happening with PG&E and the water rates and everything else, but I'll give you just one perspective to start that part of the conversation. If it's a matter of getting rid of something completely as a service versus it costing a little bit more, I'm always going to want to lean toward maybe it costing a little bit more versus making it go away. And particularly in things like library and community services that really add to the quality of life in Menlo Park. So my perspective is it's very unfortunate that we're in the situation it's going to cost more, but if the option is 15% of what we offer goes away, that's much more painful for multiple reasons. So that's kind of how I'm weighing in.
Thank you. I'd like to go back. So I think, yes, it's really unfortunate that we are raising the fees at this time. The reason why we're raising them is because the city is also feeling the pinch and it hasn't been done in ages. So given that we need to find this money one way or another, I guess I'm looking to Councilmember Combs. Do you have any suggestions if you have a different approach?
Yeah, I don't know that I would have a carte blanche rule that, of putting cuts off the table. I have an issue, irrespective of whether government has not appropriately raised fees. That does not mean I don't have sticker shock if 1 minute I show up and something is $200 and the next minute it's $1,600. And then the basis of that cost is staff time, specifically. Again, I know staff's time can be apportioned, but part of having the staff is that there is just the foundational cost of me being able to access government in certain ways. And so, and while I appreciate that, yes, these fees need to increase, some of them. Again, I would just reiterate, I have lots of issues with dramatic increases. And so I would like or favor some scenario where there was some percentage cap on across the board on how we were approaching these increases. Because again, that's more reflective of understanding that it's just not recovering the cost, but it's like the price that you had and you put on something, and then all of a sudden to say like, oh no, now it's 2 or 3 times more. Again, I think has lots of issues. So again, I wouldn't say what that percentage is at the moment, and I appreciate that in some scenarios there may be an ability for it may be a moment or a situation where more cost could be consumed. So you could say like with a renovation, like, right? But even still, like, right, even renovations have budgets, like, right? Even I remember when I was on the planning commission, and some of my fellow commissioners would say, oh, you could have gone with nicer windows, and I was like, even in Menlo Park, people have budgets. And so even for a large costly project, to have and I've had residents, I'm sure we have, complain about the planning fees as they are now. And so I have no doubt that, and I've had small businesses complain about planning fees and fees for engaging the government. And so, again, given trash collection rates, water rates, electricity rates are going up, and then this is going up. The only thing that's going down is the number of people employed in the stock market. And so that to me is a problem. So I would say, again, I appreciate that, yes, these have to go up, but some of these increases are kind of shocking.
So I agree with you. I just don't know what we do to counteract it. And so I think going through some of this in detail would work, but we're still, wherever we cut, we will obviously need to balance it somewhere else, which means something else either gets cut or increases. Is that something that, I guess first of all, what you're looking for tonight is these would be the maximum amount, so we can always go down. What we can't do is go up without another public notice. Is that correct?
That part's correct. Then I could maybe add a little bit in response to Councilmember Combs' I'll say suggestions. So one thing is a part of it is the disclosure on some of these fee changes, and I'll be looking to the team. So if there is the example of a fee going from 200 to 1,600, we can kind of calculate what that percent increase is. Are we able to do that percent increase for each fee? Yes. Okay. So I'm seeing a head nod there. So I think that would be part of a disclosure and bringing forward to the council of like what the percent increase is, because I think that would help, because then there could be like that not exceeding a Y% increase. My one caution would that be if there was a fee that was $1 and we're changing it to $2, that's a 100% increase. So sometimes there also needs to be a dollar amount difference as well. So I think we can provide information to shed a little bit more light into the percent increase, the absolute increase, what actually kind of, I'll say like, has the potential of making a difference. Another thing along those lines would be the potential for smoothing. I mean, that's used more with on the rate side, but there might be that with these maximums, identifying that don't get there in year one, get there in year 3, and each year it's a opportunity for the council to check in on that. So I think there's a couple tools that we can provide to give the council some options. That's within the framework that you said that we'd be noticing the maximum amount, and the council could turn levers at that meeting. It will mean that we're going to have to devote a substantial amount of time to go through that, and it might be a worthwhile exercise, but it would be something we'd have to work through, like in a public meeting.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad we talked about that, because I was labeling it here the sticker shock list. I mean, I appreciate that, but if it only happens in 5 things, then it would be nice to evaluate where that, in real dollar terms, not just percentages. The second is, I would be open potentially to a partial trim list as well. So if there are already areas where we're thinking there may be some possibilities there, the combination of raising and trimming at the same time, I think is an opportunity. The challenge with part of this, and I think we have to keep in mind, and we probably already know, is there are things that we look at these things as sort of variable and fixed costs, and there are services that are fixed, and regardless of what we charge for them, we're not going to cut them. So things like the water fee and getting the installations and things like that, those are services that will still exist. Where the cuts will likely occur is going to be in, library and community services, where regardless of how you feel about a gymnastics program or an aquatics program, those are variable costs that are quality of life, and those are where the cuts tend to gravitate to if we have to get in that mode. So I think the blowback from that cycle or that flow is something we should really be considerate of.
Actually, let me stop right now, and we need to vote to extend the meeting. So,
Thank you, Mayor Nash.
Please.
So just looking to the council, if we can by acclamation approve to extend the meeting beyond 11 p.m. Seeing a majority of nods. All right. Thank you.
thank you. Please
Yeah,
go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure, like, when we start talking about cuts, it's not going to be cuts to, core services that can't go away. It's going to be cuts to the things that people really care about, families really care about, no tree lighting for the holidays kind of a thing, or no Easter egg hunt, or no, those are the kind of things that tend to go in a cutting scenario. So just wanted to make sure I pointed that out.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I have a question about library and community services. And I know that it's all together now, but that is the 2 libraries. It's the senior service, gymnastics, child care, after school care. Does this number reflect any of the grants or sponsorships that happen with any of the programming?
No, that is one of the things that we will be refining because it does include the Belle Haven costs, but it has not identified the individual grant that needs to be offset.
Can you repeat the last statement again?
Sure. We really still need to identify the grant funding and place that into our chart as well. So
and that would include all the grants, because I believe
correct.
There's more than just the school. Thank you.
So when you say that you're going to include the grants, does that mean some of these numbers may come down, or that they would stay because the cost of service would come down, or how would that affect these numbers, if at all?
We have options, and we can either show it as the cost going down, although we would probably show it as if it were revenue, but that would be a discussion on how the city would like us to proceed in showing those grants.
Correct, but ultimately the recovery rate would go up. So for example, if we take a look at LCS, if we include the 1.2 million in grants, it would go up from 30 to 42% recovery.
Thank you. That also, so this cost, the cost of service that we've been talking about here would not change, but it would be the cost recovery, which actually makes sense because the grants are not guaranteed. So that, thank you. So I would like to, when we're thinking about all of these, I also would like to think about looking differently at office building versus housing. Housing being one that we're trying to very much encourage, office being one that not so much. So when we're thinking about how we approach these, I would tend to not to try for the cost recovery for offices. And I guess what we are, so at this point, where I believe that actually where I believe we are is that we would go ahead and release this for the 60-day review, and that within those 60 days, we would need to take a really hard look at what the various numbers are. So with the review, did I understand the 60-day noticing would be with, you're going to include percentages, or that would be something that would be done later?
Right, so our original plan was to do the public notice of the public hearing and publish the proposed master fee around April 10th. And then we would have a public hearing in adoption on April 28th. So that would give us enough time to have the fees become effective on July 1st.
Yeah, so the 60 days comes after the April 28th, like that's the 60-day component.
And so so actually that means that we don't have the time to, we basically need by April 28th to be able to come up with where we want to reduce, smooth, whatever.
Actually by April 10th, because before the public hearing, we need the public noticing.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry. That's kind of on this iterative process that we're working through a little bit now. If the council provided any guidance tonight on specifics, we would incorporate that before the April 10th notice. If it's that the kind of more general statements to date about the concerns, then we would be providing some additional information and context so that then when the council's acting on April 28th, you'd have the opportunity to reduce fees. You can't increase any of the fees at that point in time. That's solely to kind of stick with the July 1 target date. It's ambitious. It's if the council needed a little bit more time, a month, and the effective date was August 1, that's not going to make or break. If it's delaying for a year, that's where I get the concern.
How would we go? I mean, I think we should try to hit the April 28th date and then the July 1st. And it seems to me that what we really need is to get the information in the hands of our council members so that we can go through and do the work ahead of time. And I'm wondering, is there any point, or is it appropriate to perhaps get the information to the council members, have us go through it and feed it to the city manager so you get some sort of view of each of our ideas, or actually that sounds like a tremendous amount of work now that I'm thinking about it. So it would be at the April 10th meeting, which is our next meeting, that we would actually provide this feedback.
Let's see, so good questions. And so I would say after tonight, if any council member dives deeper into any of this and has any sort of feedback, feel free to share that with me, and we kind of take it under advisement for the sake of preparing for the next steps. It's not, as you all know, it's not going to be any sort of direction from any one of you individually, but any sort of feedback is welcome. The April 10th date will be the date of the notice, which would be pretty close to when we could potentially that the information needs to be available on April 10th effectively. Is that April 10th? Yeah. So at that point in time, the council can do the deep dive on the information. It's then the April 28th is the meeting. And hopefully action of some sort. Yep.
So April 28th is sort of the drop dead that's when we would discuss.
That would be the forum for the next discussion. Yeah. Unless totally open to ideas, keeping in mind everything else that's going on. If the council would like another opportunity for a special meeting to discuss this before the notice or before the 28th, we can explore those options. But that comes with trade-offs.
And then actually, go ahead.
Well, I think I'd be interested just to help figure out how the timing works. I think the biggest thing that to Councilmember Combs' point about sticker shock, I think the percentage is not the important thing, like you were saying. If it goes from $1 to $2, I don't think anybody's going to get too worked up. If it goes from $200 to $1,600, hopefully there are not too many of those. But I think the sticker shock items in real dollar terms, hopefully that's a short list, and then that to me would drive where we might want to tweak. If that's a list of 300, then I think that affects the timing. If it's a list of 10, then, and I think anything under $100, I don't know, I'm just making this up, but anything under $100 that jumps within that range is probably fine. Anything that gets into triple digits and larger jumps, I think is what I'd want to see flagged to be able to tweak. And hopefully that's a relatively small list. And then we could potentially still meet the timelines if it's a small list. I didn't notice a bunch of them, but I did see a few, so that's how I am thinking about it.
Councilmember Combs.
How many individual fee increases are there? And then, and also to continue to frame that, we're only talking about the places where staff is recommending an increase. So there's also places where staff is not recommending, and council isn't getting any visibility into that. So the question is, should council be going through the whole list, right? Because obviously staff made some determinations about where not to increase, but are we aligned with that? Maybe we will increase in places where staff has made a decision not to increase, but I'm assuming that's a really long list. So so first I should, again, going back to my first question, is there a number of the fees that were actually increased, or the proposal is to increase them?
So I'll start answering that and pass it off to Cindy, but I believe we are recommending increase on most of the fees. As to how many, we may have to go back and take a look at the list.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I would venture to say that there are hundreds, just because we have a square footage based building permit system. So there are a lot of different increments that are listed on the fee schedule there. What I would say is one of the things that we should probably look at are those fees that did have a considerable jump, but also have volume attached to it. And that's where we would experience more of the pushback. There may be fees that have a jump that you haven't had anybody pull a permit for or ask for that service in a number of years. So I think what we can do is definitely tell you how many fees may be increasing, which fees do have volume attached to it and may experience fee shock at the counter, and which fees that we might propose a phase-in process, if that would be helpful for you.
I would just also ask, I appreciate the volume because that is important, because one of my questions was like, what's driving the $3.2 million? Like, what is there something? But again, even I still want to Councilmember Schmitz, I want to know the sticker shock moments, because even if there's only like 3 people a year or 1 person a year that, you know, wants to challenge a city's approval to cut down a heritage tree, I can promise you, like, when that guy goes in there, gal, and sees it's $1,600, then we're going to hear about it. It may take some time for that to hit, but that is not going to make the hit any more pleasant. And so I do, again, definitely you're right, the volume, but I also want to see those sticker shock moments where we're talking about like an increase of like hundreds of percentage over the current fee, even if it's something that only happens once a year.
Maybe just to add on, I think to have us not have to go through line by line by line, I think if I'm reading this right, the only 3 buckets where there's a lot of wiggle room is library and community services, because we're only still recovering 31% of that, but that's all the quality of life stuff that we don't necessarily want to see sticker shock on. I did have a question about the 65% police, because as I understood that was services for private events, so I could see some numbers going up there, but in real dollar terms, that doesn't give us much. And then the credit card convenience fee is at 28%, but also doesn't give us a ton. So where we would have to go through line by line is that, you know, $9 million delta in library and community services, but it's probably the one area where we don't want to have much sticker shock year over year. So I'd personally like to avoid us having to go through library and community services and going, oh, why didn't you increase this 20% more and 40% more? I think that's how I'm kind of looking at it.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. Does this nearly $8 million include aquatics or no? Does not include aquatics. So the expenditure that the city has for aquatics, where is that total?
I believe that will be included in a later report, because tonight we're waiting for, further instruction.
Thank you.
So I'm thinking, since whatever we cut, we're going to have to offset. One of the things that I'd like to see, if there's others interested, is the library and community services programs, how much they cost. I'm trying to figure out how will we then, given that we've got July 1st as when we're going to be adopting a new budget. So between April 28th, when we make cuts, and July 1st, we're going to need to come up with, where do we get this extra money? How do we go about, what can you provide us that would give us insight into where we might be able to get that extra money? Because one of the things I'm thinking is, you know, we go through and make the cuts, and then we see where we might get the money, and we say, whoa, 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 whoa. I'd rather have, you know, increase the fee than make these cuts. So it seems like we shouldn't be looking at these in silos. We should really be looking at all of it together. And I'm not sure how we get our arms around that.
That's a great question. So we can come up with different scenarios. And as part of our exercise, starting with this week, we're looking at different levels and different areas for service level reduction. So we can provide you that with different amounts of, you know, if we need to cut this much, this is kind of what we're looking at cutting versus this much. So it gives you kind of a range of options.
Thank you. And one of the things that I think we'd all be concerned about is if we're raising fees while cutting level of service. As I'm sure you would be concerned about it, yes. Thank you. What other information do you need right now? Do you want to try and recap where we are? or can you try and recap where we are in next steps, please?
Sure. So from what we heard is we need to kind of take a look at our fees, summarize that, compare, the proposed fee versus the current fee for different areas, and look for flat dollar amount increases versus also the percentage, not just high volume fees, but also just fees with, individually high increases. And we want to give that to council, provide that, for your feedback, so we can then get ready for April 10th and then April 28th.
City Manager Murphy.
Yes, I guess I'm looking to the council as well, whether that's staying on the timeline that we're looking at. And so the one other thing I would need to double check in terms of our timing is whether we would have the scenarios of the service level reductions on that same timeline, or might that need to stagger a little bit? I have a feeling it might need to stagger.
Right, we can try our best. So our original plan was to get that ready for review, potentially for CMO review by April 3rd. But along with this kind of happening in the parallel, and also I know that Cindy and her team, some of them are potentially going on vacation this week. So we'll have to kind of work with that a little bit, but we'll try our best.
Thank you. And then do I understand that this council will get this information as soon as it's available, as opposed to waiting for another staff report? Is that possible, so that we can start reviewing it, or is that not appropriate?
I would say it's appropriate. It's best to have some context. So kind of if it's we can see about the best ways of doing that, but yeah, I would want to make sure that there's adequate context. So
Thank you.
Typically
I'm just
comes with a
thinking
staff report.
the sooner, the longer that we have to be able to
Yes,
review this, the better. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Schmidt.
10-second question, because I think the mayor was asking about the roll-up of the library and community services. I kind of assumed this, but I just want to check. When I scanned through, the 13.7 million is captured kind of line by line in attachment B. Is that right? I didn't see a total added up, but I kind of assumed that the current fees and the proposed fees, that's all fully captured.
Correct.
So if we wanted to go to do our individual sticker shock analysis on that big bucket, we have the information here.
You could, but we'll also try to provide that to you as well.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. Great. All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate all your work on this. Okay, next we have informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on informational item L1, City Council agenda topics, or L2, the grant spend down progress report for electrification. If you are in person, return that speaker card. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comments on informational items L1 and L2. Seeing none, Mayor Nash may continue.
Thank you very much. I guess we are now at the City Manager report. I'd like to introduce City Manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just want to advertise two upcoming programs on the upcoming Saturdays. The first is the Community Resource Fair here at Belle Haven Community Campus, March 28th from 11 to 2. So that's March 28th, Saturday, 11 to 2, and then the next, on April 4th at Burgess, the Spring Festival and Egg Hunt from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So 2 upcoming events on upcoming Saturdays. So that's it for this evening.
Thank you. And actually, I assume that no one had comments on the informational items? No council member comments? Okay. Are there any council member reports? Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you. I just, I submitted this ahead of time using the form, which I think is great. I just wanted to narrate over it for 15 seconds. So for commute.org, which is one of the boards I'm a part of as part of this, they've got a commuter challenge program coming up. That was today for the webinar to provide more information. Like if somebody happened to read to page 500 in the report, they would have seen that. But I'm hoping we can encourage commuters and residents to use it's sort of non-drive alone options during this campaign in April and May. If we can have the city help publicize this program, since we're a member agency, but also, you know, interested residents, council member, staff. There's a marketing toolkit at the bottom if you are interested in this topic and want to help promote, you know, alternate modes of transportation. So just want to make sure that was on everybody's radar. Thanks.
So I've got, I was at a BOSCA meeting, and the big discussion there continues to be affordability. And we're just going into the water demand studies, which will then be reflected in the urban water management plan. So that's been, it will be a big topic of conversation coming up. On the resource management climate protection meeting, it was actually really exciting that we were talking about faster permitting, and there's 7 cities that are going ahead with doing pilots of this, and Menlo Park is one of them. So thank you, staff. And I also wanted to mention that Councilmember Combs and I were guests at the first Menlo Atherton Ramadan Iftar dinner, which was just an amazing, amazing community event, and they were very appreciative of the proclamation that staff pulled together. So thank you. And we will adjourn at 11:25. Thank you, everybody.